Breathe by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day, Empowering Women, Empowering Humanity.
Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
This Sunday on a free global online episode, International Women's Day. Empowering women, empowering humanity.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
हरिंदर लैपटॉप बहुत स्लो हो गया है
A brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Double namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the lovely viewers of Healing Our Earth. I, Amrita Sharma, welcome you all again to one of the wonderful episodes that we are broadcasting today for you, which is based on the beautiful theme and the day that the world celebrated yesterday, International Women's Day. We wish all the viewers and all the women around the globe happy Women's Day. And before we chit chat more about it and discuss what we have brought for you, it's time to start with some prayers. You may hold any affirmation that you like. I'll be chanting Gayeetree mantra. Bringing your arms close together, closing your eyes, taking a deep breath inside. With a calm mind, Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya Om Shanti 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 these smiles and cheers that we bring for you all every time. And from a wonderful mother to an outstanding friend, a marvelous daughter to an adorable sister, and a nice gift from God to men, we wonderful women are here again to talk so many things. And I'm really pleased and honored today to welcome one of the beautiful guests that we have, Timmy Cruz from Philippines. Timmy is a Philippine singer, a movie actress. She has starred so many films. She has been appearing in various television serials, web series, and her comeback, she has released Christmas music and lot more. Her life has been a journey in itself, as well as a big lesson for all of us to share, to hear. So it's time, let's hear what she has to say and her message on this
Om
international.
Shanti. Om
Om
Shanti. Om
Shanti.
Shanti. Namaste. Thank you very much for your
Namaste.
beautiful introduction. And I just really would like to greet all the beautiful women out there who are doing their very, very best. I want to say that you are all very special and you all have your own speciality. So I'm sending you a hug right now. Happy
Thank
International
you.
Women's Day yesterday, but I think, Amrita, that every day should be Women's Day. Don't you agree with me?
Absolutely. True.
Absolutely, right? Yes.
Yes.
You know, all
So,
in my journey, I'm really very fortunate because I grew up in a household where my mother was truly the embodiment of success. We were encouraged to study. We were encouraged to experiment, to learn, and to keep on growing. And I'm very fortunate for that. I want to thank my late mother, who's actually celebrating her birthday tomorrow in heaven.
wow.
So today is really timely for me to be part of this beautiful special. There
Wow.
she is, my mother. My mother
That's
was a lawyer, a banker. She was also a philanthropist, and but most of all, to me, she was my very supportive and loving mother. So I had such good fortune having a mother like her, because all I needed to do was look up to her and imbibe all her beautiful energy. And she was such a powerhouse, a force, and there was never a dull moment with her. And I think I got some of it, but also she allowed me to find my place in the sun, and I really thank her for that.
amazing. I think that space that the mothers create within us and the qualities we imbibe from her without her telling something, just
Yes,
her eyes twinkling, and those
yes,
twinkling eyes, I think, gives a lot of lessons to we
yes,
daughters to
I know.
harness ourselves. So
Absolutely.
how what fond memories do you have more of her, and how has she empowered you to be what you are today? And how do you remember these
Yes.
things? Over to you. Thank you.
Actually, I was raised to be a banker. So
Hmm.
I studied banking and finance, and I majored in finance actually. So I was supposed to become a banker, and that was my first career because we had a family-owned bank, and my mother was the president of that bank, and she employed a lot of our townmates from other from the different parts of the Philippines. But I had a dream to be a recording artist, and I couldn't kill the flame, that dream. And I know that it was difficult for my mother to accept it, but eventually she did. And I just leaped from being a banker. I went into show business. I mushroomed as a singer, and I was again fortunate enough to immediately be able to sing a song which became such a big, big hit instantly. And that was my ticket into the industry. But my mother in the beginning was hesitant about it. And then she became such a fan and she would watch all my shows. She would attend every affair. She would be with me all the time. And she would just look at me with a smile. And when I looked at my mom, when I was on stage, my heart just always felt so warm because my mother supported me.
I think that that support that comes even if you think that those things don't align with the principles that my mother thinks or our
That's right.
parents think, but still living up to the dreams and those lines that you said, it just is so nice, igniting the flame that was within you. So I think
Yes.
that's so important
Yes.
for
I mean,
us as a women.
as a woman, we have dreams. We have dreams. So we shouldn't kill that dream just to please other people, or because they want us to be in a box, or they want us to follow a certain path. I know that we want to please our family, we want to please our parents, we want to follow them, but sometimes we really have to go against them, uh, with all humility and with all love, so that we could follow our dream. And my dream was to be a recording artist. And that was just, in my head, in my heart. And I didn't know how to get there. But again, I was lucky enough to be able to go in there actually without any contact, without any connection, and without any background and training. I just
Amazing.
went in there and I actually contacted a recording company, which I found on the telephone directory. I called them up and I
Ah,
said,
okay.
"That's all I did. That's all I did." I said, "May I speak to the A&R, to the person in charge of recording?" And he spoke to me and he said, "Who are you?" and I just told him, "I want to be a singer. I want to be a recording
Yeah.
artist." And
Hmm.
I did a shampoo commercial at that time. So I referred to that shampoo commercial. I said, that girl in that shampoo commercial right now that's been airing on television? That's me." And then he goes, "If that's really you, then you should come here right now." So I went there and I just told him my dream and everything. And right there and then he signed me up, and
Oh,
I became a recording.
wow.
Yes. So you have to be
Wow.
brave, you have to be bold, you really have to be courageous. Don't be shy. Even if you think that you cannot do it, if you have that dream, the universe and God and your own willpower, you will do it, you can do it. And I had this motto. My motto was, yes you can. I taped it everywhere, in my room, in the car, in my notebook, everywhere. I would put, yes you can, yes you can. And so I did it. I branched
Amazing.
out after that. After being a recording artist, I became a television host, and then I became an actress, and then of late I became a songwriter. So there's no limit to your dream. You just keep on dreaming, keep on going with all the peace and all the love. All the love.
Hmm.
There has to be a lot of love, not just for others, but love for yourself. That's very
Hmm.
important.
Yeah, yeah. I absolutely agree. I think you have said almost it's the complete version of what is women empowerment. Believing in yourself, abiding by human values, and the most
Yes.
important thing, the self-love, I think, which is missing in a lot of people nowadays. And
Yes.
having faith in what you are and what you believe you have to be.
Mhm.
It's like you are the best example that has like
I
set up
wanna I
with.
wanna sing a few lines. I wanna sing a
Sure,
few
sure, why
lines.
not? We are waiting for that. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
And this is for all the women out there. I know that you're trying to do everything, all the best for everyone else, but you should take care of yourself, because if you take care of yourself, then you can take care of everything. So this is my song for you, for us, for us. All I want for you is for you to be happy. Leave your cares behind. All I want for you is for you to take it easy. Rise. I'm going to have to say this again. Rise above it all. Flow like a river, blow like the wind, and shine like the sun. Be a friend to yourself. Show yourself that you care. Understand how you think. Understand how you feel. Take care of yourself. And the peace of mind that you're looking for will come to you with open arms to embrace you. Be a friend to yourself. Be a friend. We are, you and I, even if we are far away from each other, Amrita, and all you beautiful ladies out there, you and I have a bond, and that bond is love. We are all connected in like a nice beautiful circle, like circles of love, never ending, no beginning, round and round. Reach out and touch, feel the link of love holding you, never ever letting go. Follow your heart, gently move across the skies. Give it all you have. There's so much more where it came from. And circle the world with love. And circle the world with love. You and I are bound together by that love that never fails, never fades. Now's the time to sow the seeds of love at every chance you get. Now's the time to care, to share, be kind to one and all. Circles of love, ripples of love, 'cause love never fades. Love never fails. Love never ends.
Lovely.
I sang
That's
a medley.
so,
I
so,
sang a medley there.
that's so beautiful. That is so beautiful.
Those
I
are
think
all those are all original songs which I wrote recently, and they're all streaming on all digital streaming platforms worldwide. Thank you so much.
that's lovely. So all the viewers who are listening us at various partner channels, as well as at YouTube and Facebook, don't miss out. Please follow Timmy Cruz, and lovely vibes you will get that will empower your life and will bring such a guiding light and a support that nothing can bring but just love. And let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to say. Over to you. Global Namaste, Neil
Global
Kumar.
Namaste.
A global namaste to you, Amrita, and a global namaste to you, Timmy.
Yes,
Kumusta?
I'm very good. Thank you so much for having me once again.
And
And thank
Timmy,
you
I
for
remember
connecting.
you very clearly during pandemic. You were there regularly with us. Your singing was amazing. Timmy, you in the world of film industry and singing industry and songs and everything in the world of men, where mostly
Yes,
the directors were men. How
yes,
did you
everybody.
encounter the gendered bias in your time?
Well, actually, I did encounter it, but because my dream was larger than any challenge or any bias, I really didn't pay attention to it. And so I just kind of blocked it. And when they realized that they could not get to me, they stopped. They stopped and they started respecting me.
And
And
so So you didn't resist, you didn't fight them, you just made your point known through your talent.
Yes,
Is that right?
I didn't fight them, but I basically humbled myself when they would sort of, actually it came with very indecent proposals.
Which
That's
is
how
fairly
it
normal, yes.
yeah, which is fairly normal. Like I'm saying it, I'm trying to tone it down. But what I told them was, with all humility, I would say, just please allow me to do my dream. But I cannot participate in whatever you're offering me. I would really decline. I would decline.
And in the film industry, obviously, when it comes to Bollywood or Hollywood, casting couch is a normal thing. But now I think the women, they've spoken up, and men are
Yes.
more careful now.
Yes, yes. I'm just also very fortunate that financially I came into the industry. My finances were stable because I came from where I came from. But unlike the other women who really needed the financial help and assistance, they had to bow down. But in my case, I was fortunate. I I I just had to say no. I mean, it's like, count me out, more or less. It's what I actually said. Just let me do what I needed to do. And when I didn't agree with them, I would just resign. That's what I did. I had some projects where I resigned because I wasn't comfortable as a woman. And also I resigned from several other projects. And then I would just find the people who really helped me to achieve my dream. And I found a lot of good men, and now I'm surrounded by a lot of good men, directors and my arrangers, people who can support me really, and not not put me down. And when they put me down, I just leave. I said, I can't be with you.
So, Timmy, you
Leave.
spoke from your talent. Your talent spoke,
Yes,
and
I for a while, when I rejected some people, for a while I wasn't working. I wasn't working. They didn't give me work. But
yes,
I told myself that I would just wait for the right time and let my talent do the talking for me. So I I started, like, I peaked, and then I kind of fell down a little bit because I rejected some things, and I waited for the right time. And what I did during that time was I honed my craft. I did voice lessons, dance lessons, and things that would really help me out on my just because of my talent. No connections whatsoever.
and
Just
Timmy,
my
how
talent.
wonderful you have done, because you also had to struggle with bit of health.
Yes, I did. I did. And that I had to rest for 7 years. For 7 years I rested, and still I would tell myself, okay, you're done. Just showbiz, you're done with showbiz. But what I did was I decided, okay, what can I do while I'm on a long vacation? I started composing, and then I would release it digitally on all the platforms. So I was still there, but quietly. And then after 7 years, I had this glimmer in my heart saying that, you should go back to showbiz, etc., etc. And my family, my sisters especially, they were telling me, you have to go back, you have to go back. So I said to them, okay, I'm going to try it. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but I'm so fortunate that it did. I just wrote my Christmas list last year, and I said, I'm hoping that I can get a beautiful TV project. And after 1 month, I got an offer, and I accepted the offer. And so that was my last TV project, which became such a big, big hit here in the Philippines. The title is Widow's War.
Yes, and what a beautiful write-up it has received. And Timmy,
Yes.
how well you bounced back. In fact, you have come leaps and bounds, and maybe maybe you are at a career peak now rather than when you were young, because look at the way.
It appears to be that way because it appears to be. I think I'm on my second win.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
because you are part of Healing Our Earth and we follow you, and Timmy, it's so exciting to know that not only did you fight the gender bias in your own way, not only did you keep your success, so what you started in the 80s and 90s, you brought it back again in this 2020s.
It's
And we
amazing.
found you in pandemic. So we were very
Yes,
lucky that you were regular in pandemic. You were very
yes.
good at just making songs up at the spur of a moment, and particularly to act in the movie in the current technology time is a
That's
complete
right.
change, isn't it?
It's a complete change, but you know, what I did was before going back into acting, I did a workshop with one of the famous coaches here in the Philippines. And immediately we went into drama, heavy drama during our workshop. And she told me that, it's still there. She said, it's still there. Don't worry about it. Because I was concerned because I was going to be with, the top superstars here in the Philippines. And actually, I played the mother of one of our top superstars, and I was kind of nervous. But when I actually got into the set and everybody was very happy to see me, and I was very happy to be there and doing all the rehearsals and everything, I said to myself, oh, this is nice. So I actually, going back into showbiz, unlike when I was younger, it appeared like I wanted to take something from the industry. But now that I came back, I want to give something. So I was just loving every single moment and just being happy no matter how challenging the hours and the script was.
And
I was
Timmy,
just
you've done so well because there is so much review. And for those who wants to know about the latest movie there, just put Philippines, Widow's War, and you will see a wonderful array of write-up over there. Timmy, we are very proud of you.
Thank you
And
so much.
and just before, while Amrita is in India and you're in Philippines and I'm here in London, we're going to visit Indian Ocean now, Gayeetree in Mauritius, who is our next person. And then after that, we're going to go to Menka in Midlands in United Kingdom. Then we go to Delhi with Pooja Garg. So we are traveling everywhere, collecting women from different parts of the earth. Timmy,
Amazing.
just before you go, stay around. Can you hum your favorite number just for a moment?
All right. Here you go. Maybe you're sad and you're lonely. Maybe you're feeling so blue and you can't get out of your bed. Don't you worry, don't you hurry. Everything will fall in its place. Everything will be all right. Just choose to be happy. Let your smile shine like the sunshine. Thank you so much, Neil and Healing Our Earth, for having me tonight. It's always Women's Day, every day. So go out there, keep on going. Global Namaste.
Thank you, Timmy. And as you say, Timmy, as you blew those wonderful kisses, it's a Women's Day every day. We need women in our life from the moment
Yes.
we take birth on this earth. We are always connected to that. Timmy, we are very proud of you. Stay around. Gayeetree is
Yes.
actually out and showing us the Indian Ocean right now
All
over
right.
there. Today,
Okay.
for the viewers who are connected to us on the YouTube and the Facebook and our website, it is International Women's Day celebration on Healing Our Earth, which was yesterday officially, but Healing Our Earth beams live on Sundays on several partner channels where they're connected to us. So, Timmy, already one compliment from the social media. They seem to have heard you in 90s as well. Well, I think it was 2005 to 2015. Maybe you took a bit of time off. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, no, it was 2016. I stopped.
You stopped.
I
Well,
mean, and
Timmy,
then, yes.
you are evergreen, and your mother is beaming, smiling up from the heavens. She's very proud of you.
Oh,
Stay
thank
around.
you.
Let's say hello to Gayeetree in Mauritius in Indian Ocean, where she is there. Amrita, let's welcome Gayeetree and introduce her, please. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Timmy, for wonderful words and empowering gestures. And stay around as we move from Philippines to Mauritius. It's time to welcome Gayeetree Samboo, who is MSK Director and the member of Indian Ocean Center for Education in Human Values. She has a lot of laurels in human values as well as community service programs in relation to bringing up the projects at Indian Ocean Center in connection with human values. And therefore, we are very, very glad to have Gayeetree with us. Global namaste to you, Gayeetree, and a very warm welcome. And thank you for showing us the Indian Ocean and especially the sunset. It's said that the sunrise and the sunset is a very prestigious time of the day, and that's what we are witnessing behind the clouds where the sun is still ablaze, sharing its shine. Most welcome.
Hello,
Can you hear
Global
us?
Namaste.
Global
Can you hear me?
namaste. Yes.
Global Namaste, Amritaji, Dr. Neil, sir, and all our beautiful, inspiring ladies. Of course, not forgetting all the gents there to support us.
Bonsoir,
And
bonsoir, Gayeetree. Comment ça va?
très bien. I would like to say Happy International Women's Day and thank you, Neil Sergi, for giving us the opportunity from the Indian Ocean. That's why I've come to the Indian Ocean to say hello to all of you. You
What
can
a
have a
wonderful,
glimpse. Yeah.
what a wonderful place to be there. So those who are looking at the Gayeetree screen right now, that's Mauritius in Indian Ocean. Gayeetree is our resident team here at Healing Our Earth. She's the coordinator for Mauritius over there. And Gayeetree, tell us your rise and how in the men's world, how did you rise and you are now one of the lead there in Mauritius? Tell us more about you.
Oh, first of all, let me say, I never made a difference between the gender. And we've born and brought up in the family with my parents in spirituality and very, very deep-rooted spirituality and religious belief and faith. So for us, Shiv, Shakti, gender, all equal. So growing up in that family and facing society, for personally, I didn't find the difference because around me, I could see these sharing, helping, and no competition amongst the men and women. But when I came to the level of work at the professional level, then you start feeling and you get the shake of that difference, whatever be your competency, your qualification, you have to work very, very hard to prove yourself in the world of man. And indeed, this is not, it's not a drawback, but it gives us ladies, women around the world to grow more our inner strength and to go higher, of course, but at the same time to work on ourselves. And despite everything, not uh, not having any grudge or resentment against anybody. So in that way, growing up for many, many years like that, finally, now at the age of, I should not say my age, but anyway, after 38 years of my profession. So I can see that respect, that high command of respect anywhere, everywhere, it's just by being humble, and not competing literally, not fighting. Fighting for our right is okay, but we should know the methodology, the strategy of fighting it with love and being humble. So that was my parcours, my journey here. And now I feel very, very happy in the world with the gender, both genders. And we grow, we work together happily.
Wow. What a nice way of doing. Rather than fighting with men, how do we weave them in this society is better? Just like how Timmy said, she stopped resisting fighting men, and she just spoke through your talent, as you do as well, Gayeetree. You participate in so many community projects. The Hope project is so beautiful as well. In fact, you got an award for that, which is so nice. And you also train children through your family, not just the husband, but the wonderful daughters you've got. You've also trained them so well, and you bring out the best. Gayeetree, tell me, which woman has inspired you the most and why?
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Oh, the woman that inspired me most is Jhansi Ki Rani. But how she was fighting, but that humility and having a motherhood and keeping up with her values, that was the main thing, that Jhansi Ki Rani and Ahalyabai, Mother Teresa, of course, and quite a few. But all of them, they depicted because they lived these human values. And I tried at the best of I can try to live those values in my life. And also the main lady, I can say, but she's a goddess. She's the Gayeetree Mata, the Ved Mata Gayeetree. She's my inspiration. And that's why I keep on chanting. And with her Shakti, we can face the world.
That's wonderful.
Gayeetree, we might have a low bandwidth. Your video has gone. Maybe if you could click it back on. And it's so wonderful that you are in the ocean. Gayeetree, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you see me?
Okay, you are back.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful. So as Amrita said, she is there. The sun is setting as we are talking. Gayeetree is in Mauritius, the Indian Ocean over there. Jhansi Ki Rani. I mean,
Yeah.
Amrita, you resonate
Jhansi
with
Ki Rani
that as well, don't
fighting
you?
for the culture, fighting for the traditions.
The
Yes.
world has
And
witnessed very strong and courageous Indian women. And I think women have been a part of many cultures and the cultural revolution, if you see, whether in French Revolution or in other revolutions, where women portraits have been a big part, and same way in the Indian history as well, where you mentioned Jhansi Ki Rani, Ahilyabai Holkar, Mother Teresa, Sarojini Naidu, lot of women, until date, our president, our honorable president, Shri Draupadi Murmu, these ladies have been through that icons where the world witnesses that courage and human values in a women, and I think they are definitely in source of inspiration. And staying in Mauritius, you are inspired, and you take the cultures across the ocean and spread it in that way is really very beautiful. Gayeetree ji, I have seen your daughters as well, and I can see your image in them.
Yeah,
And
there
Global
is Saksha. Look,
Namaste.
Saksha is there.
Saisha, how can we miss you at this episode? You have to be there. In fact, Shaiksa, Sawlani, Global Namaste.
Happy International Women's Day.
Oh, thank you. The Women's Day was incomplete without you being there with Gayeetree ji. Yeah.
yeah, in the morning we had our program, we had a workshop and
Mhm.
inviting all quite many stakeholders an interfaith program, how we can bridge, and especially that this year's theme is accelerate action. So what action can we take to make better this world, our society? We can't change the world, but the first thing that we should grow our inner strength, that is our Shakti, and then with that, try to touch maximum lives. There's one thing I would love to share with you is like the Vedas declare that the woman is the repository of the divine. Okay, that's why when I mentioned all these ladies who inspired us, they are not only intellectually or academically or on the worldly plane very, very highly eminent, but they had that background of divinity and spirituality. So woman is the repository of the divine and embodiment of Shakti, the feminine principle of creation, and needs to be honored and venerated. Beautiful. The Vedas say that. Our salutations to the Divine Mother, Veda Mata, our Gayeetree Ma, and our eternal Mother, who is our physical mother, and of course, Dharti Ma, the earth. And humanity forever will remain indebted to our Divine Mother. And this message is, how can we as womanhood, with our Shakti, like the Undersecretary General of United Nations mentioned, we seeking peace in this world, but without women at the head leadership roles, we will not achieve peace. So it's time now, 2025, to give our ladies more important roles, leadership roles, because they balance life, they balance the house, and they make, of course, the house the home, and they're homemakers, they are peacemakers, they balance all the work from profession to the relation, to the house, to the family, to the mother, everything. They know how to balance and manage it, and we will bring peace. So we have to accelerate. For me, like today we met in our workshop. It was a half-day workshop, and we have been talking and discussing and with recommendations, how can we do it? So we said, first of all, we should break the barriers amongst women. What are the barriers? First of all, the barriers of religion, the barriers of caste, the barriers of status, the barriers of financial status. All these barriers we have to collapse them. And then we will grow as one strength and take up leadership roles wherever we are and radiate the peace. Peace is not talking. Peace is experiencing. Peace is radiating at the level of frequency vibration that whoever comes across in our arch, they will be peace. Be peace. Yes. So this was our workshop. Yeah.
Gayeetree, very well
Yes.
summarized. We can't ignore the Shakti, the Nari Shakti power, number one. Number two, you also gave an answer as to how we can change to achieve greater gender inequality. So very well said, Gayeetree. We are very proud of you. And once again, hello to Saiksha there as well. Saiksha, you're obviously part of Healing Our Earth as well. We are very proud. And you and mom are together watching the sunset. Maybe if you are there again after 1 hour where we have an open session after Sister Jayanti, do please pop in so we can discuss further. And we are now going to move to Menka in United Kingdom in Midlands, who maybe Gayeetree, you can say hello to us. It is her first time over here. There she is. And Menka, say hello to Gayeetree and Saiksha. They are coordinators for Healing Our Earth in Mauritius.
Hello, Menka, Global Namaste.
It's been really, really nice just sitting here watching you speak.
So Gayeetree and Saiksha, we're going to catch up with you maybe in an hour again. Sister Jayanti will be here at 3:30. Again, she loves the Nari Shakti as well. and very well summarized, Gayeetree. Enjoy the sunset. We want to see more of it. If you are there, just keep your video on and we'll keep you in the gallery for a moment, okay?
Yes, global namaste.
Global
Thank you.
namaste, bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Thank you.
So how wonderful to have them. Amrita, from Indian Ocean, we come to United Kingdom Midlands, which is like your Madhya Pradesh in India. And we welcome smiling Menka, who has been here for the first time. She's a paralegal, but she loves dabbling into properties as well. And she has made her life on her own too now. So a global namaste to you, Menka, and over to you, Amrita.
Global Namaste, Menka. It's really a pleasure to have you with us, sharing your life and your journey being a single mother and being into the law side, dealing with all that stuff of the aspect of your profession, which itself is one of the very big challenge from a female side, if you see, and then being a single mother with having 17 years old daughter.
Yes.
You look so young, my God. And so how has been your journey of life, and what has inspired you over to you?
Well,
Thank
to
you.
be honest, Amrita, now when I look back at it, it's, you know, when you cross the difficult bits and you look back and you think, oh my God, at the time it seemed all your life's problems are unsurmountable. I'm on my own. How am I going to be able to sort of, you know, just baby steps move from here to where I want to be? But I think there is some sort of an definable power out there. I mean, I'm a great believer of whatever you may define to call it, God, energy, some sort of unexplainable, you know, force out there. I do believe if you keep that faith and you have good people surrounding you, be it family, good circle of friends. I mean, I always believe quality over quantity. So I think my biggest strength has been my family and friends. And of course, with, you know, the grace of the Almighty. I don't know, to be honest, how I've just sort of moved from where I started to where I am. And there's still so much more I want to do, I want to achieve, not just professionally, but even in my own personal life. And I just feel sometimes it's just to leave it all out there. You do your bit that you are supposed to. And the rest, like they say, a lot of it is destiny. You do what you can do best, and rest, leave it to God. That's always been my sort of motto in taking things, you know, further.
Yeah, that's, I think, believing in yourself. And in fact, to me, when she came, she also was talking about the faith, the self-faith within ourselves. And who has been the source of inspiration? Any particular person or some things that you remember from your past that has triggered your faith and has built up to a tremendous amount to stand by the difficult times, and especially times when you feel that the world is totally against us and then you have to stand. Anything special that you remember?
You know, I think I would say it's a compilation of a lot of people who, in their own small way, have sort of touched my journey or inspired me. I mean, yes, starting most, I would say it would be my mother who stood by me through my hard times. To be honest, I never really, growing up, had that sort of a rapport with my parents. I grew up in a very conventional, very old-fashioned Indian family in Bombay. My parents left me when I was 6 years old with my grandparents. They moved to Dubai for better financial prospects. So me and my brother ended up growing up with my grandparents and my extended dad side of the family. So it was hard from the age of 6 having to sort of adjust in a joint family, not having your parents around. So I think navigating my way through life started very early for me in my own sort of a way, if you know where I'm coming from. And the first, I would say, between the age of 6 to 13, then my parents sort of came back. I think navigating those years, the difficult years, realizing even though I am surrounded by family, but I'm pretty much on my sort of own kind of, really sort of would say shaped up my core character from a very early age. I learned to depend on myself. Although I had great family support from my grandparents and my uncle and aunt that I lived with, I mean, no doubt they've been wonderful. But I think just the fact that not having your parents in those crucial years sort of made me very independent from a very early childhood age. So I would say over the years now, I have sort of built up a better rapport of how to express and communicate myself. And I think that has broken barriers through a lot of fields, whether it's friends, whether it's relationships, whether it's professional colleagues. I would say my biggest source of strength has been my mother. She still is. Another person I would really say has been my source of strength has been my daughter. I mean, she gives me that purpose to wake up every day. And when I look at her, I know, if nothing else, this is the purpose for which I have to keep moving, keep hustling, keep grinding, and keep, going forward, because she sees me as her inspiration. Children largely pick up what they see around them and what they see at home. So I think for me, that has not only been my biggest inspiration, but also my biggest challenge, to be not the perfect, but to be a good role model for my daughter. So I would say my mother, my daughter have been my two biggest inspirations in my own kind of way. And then I have a very lovely set of friends who I've kept in touch over the last, I would say, 20 years, 25 years, even though we've been in different countries or moved apart. But now that I am in the Midlands and based here, I've had a wonderful set of female friends, very good, inspiring female friends who've stood by the hard times. And I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for them. So I would say it's a mix of all of that, to be honest.
That's very nice. In fact, um, the basic things that work apart from all that stuff, because you yourself are in a law profession, and there's a lot of, again, gender biasness and a lot of other things which you have to fight against. How did you stand by, and how do you face all that in the day-to-day basis when it comes to your profession? Over to you.
I mean, that's been a very interesting journey, because, like I said, when I first sort of got into this profession, or even prior to that, I had done different sort of. I used to work for the tribunal service. I used to work for a charity that deals with disabled people, more on the legal sort of side. And then I moved to recruitment, where I was working with healthcare workers, and I was managing a portfolio of about 100 workers at one time. And I was their accounting manager, and managing different types of people, predominantly men. And it was hard. Not a lot of men like to be told what to do from a woman. So that was a hard bit. But again, I also learned through trial and error, really. I started off as a people's pleaser, and I realized it actually got me nowhere. So I think I've sort of now come to the point where I've learned this balance, where you've got to be soft, you've got to be in your feminine self, and approach things in a nice, calm manner. But when you see sometimes people perceive that as a sign of weakness, or because you're a woman, they can sort of, trample all over you or cross the boundaries, then I think I've learned in a very subtle but firm way. I've learned how to draw boundaries, where I've learned to say the word no with grace. I've learned to say when enough is enough in a nice way. And then I just let things be. I've always stood my ground, and I've learned things don't always need to be acrimonious, or you got to fight your corner. You got to say what you got to say with your grace, your sort of way of seeing things, express it. And then that comprehension bit you leave to the other person. If they comprehend and you're on the same page, it works great. If not, I think I'm at that stage of my life where if you're not vibing on the same frequency, it's best to just call it a day. Life moves on for everybody. And I always feel when one door shuts, at least in my case, I can swear by it. When one door shuts, five better doors open. With every breakdown that I've had in my life, there's always been a better breakthrough on the other side of the tunnel. So I so swear by this. You know, at times when you feel like this is it, I think I'm ready to just, throw the sink in or throw everything in. There is that ray of breakthrough, and it's definitely there, and a better one. I've always moved on from one sort of job to a better job. Just giving you an example, moved on from some kind of people in my life to someone better. And, every day it's a learning curve. You're meeting so many different people, interacting with so many people. I think a lot of healing work comes from within. So I tend not to get distracted so much by the noise that's around me and focus more on myself and my inner work. And I think once you've sort of not mastered the art, but it's like I say, every day we're still growing, we're evolving, we're learning. But the more you better yourself from inside, things around you just start to get better. And things just happen to fall into place. And that's how you just continue to get better and better in every sphere of your life. So I have this very straightforward policy.
That's very inspiring, in fact. And moreover, I liked when your perspective when you say that when God closes one door, it opens many windows. But yes, you have to
Oh,
have a
believe me,
side to
Amrita,
see that.
when I
Yeah.
was much younger, I never saw that I never had faith in that belief. But coming to this journey, I mean, I'm 52 today. I can say it works. So anybody out there, those women who just feel like they're at that stage or where they're just waiting for that one sign or some sort of breakthrough, I'm saying from my heart, hang in there. Hang in there. There's always a better tomorrow. You have to keep the faith though. You have to keep working at it and you have to believe. Belief, I really feel your faith and belief can move mountains, and what the mind envisages, the mind can achieve. It truly does.
Wow. So I think the bunch of qualities that we all are born with, and in that being a female, realizing certain components of love and compassion that are already imbibed in us, and we getting the same love and compassion from our mothers, and in fact, like from the daughter, you being a daughter, you being a mother, the role play just changes. But then those qualities, I think, they get transferred from one place to another. Also helps uh, in bringing that kind of a faith and tough times to be fought up in a more pleasing way rather than creating a self-devastation. And over and above, I think that aspect of the spirituality which is
Oh,
within
definitely.
you
Oh,
has
definitely. I
helped
tell you, I
you.
mean, without spirituality, I just feel like we'd be lost, at least for myself. It's really, really helped me. And like I said, the more you connect with your inner self, the more you have these silent conversations within yourself, with God, whoever, and however you may phrase it, and you
Mm.
tap into your inner intuition and learn to follow it. Your inner gut and your inner intuition will never
Yeah.
lie to you. You just know when something's off, or when you believe in something so strongly, one way or the other, it's meant to happen. And then it's just a matter of getting there. That's
Hmm.
where your karma side of it plays the role, as in you got to do your karma. But deep down, you also have to move forward with that notion or that belief that, yes, maybe it won't be 100% of what you wanted, but even if you've got 90% of what you had hoped for, you're good. I'm happy with that.
Love. That's lovely. It's time to hear from our founder and director Neil Kumar, and let's have his comments before we move to India with Pooja Garg. Global Namaste and welcome once again.
Thank you
Neil
so
Kumar,
much.
your comments. Thank you,
Thank
Menka.
you. And a global namaste to you, Menka. What a story.
Thank you.
Menka, have you found that when you started, you said you are 52 today, So, congratulations, you passed half century. Do you feel you have got more wisdom now than when you were 21 and you can tackle men differently now?
Like I said, Neil, we are still always learning, changing, evolving, growing. But coming back to the question you asked, I think I have a lot more faith and a lot more inner confidence in myself without coming across as arrogant. I think there's a very fine line having faith in yourself or having confidence in yourself and arrogance. And I feel if you sort of stay on your path, you stand by what you believe in without letting that outside distraction or what men may have to say or what they need to do. I think you stick to your journey, you stick to what you need to do, whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, whether it's whoever. People that are meant to go along that journey with you will stay, and the ones that drop off were never meant to be.
Very well said, Menka. And you know what I love, Menka, what you said was, you have stopped fearing opening new doors. So to my advice to every woman, don't stick within the door or in your comfort. Open new doors. You never know, it will bring opportunity or life or a journey, as Menka said. Those who are supposed to stay with us will stay. Those who are going to
Absolutely.
drop off, hey, good luck to them.
Yeah. It's
Menka,
been, I look at it this way, it's been a wonderful, time that we've managed to sort of know each other. You learn from every breakdown, through every disappointment. There's always something to take forward, reflect, learn, and be a better person and move forward.
absolutely well said. Be a better version of you every day, and you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Menka, just before we let you go, say hello to Pooja in Delhi. She's cosmetologist and a beauty expert and won a lot of awards and produces so many products which are so wonderful. And stay around, Menka.
Thank you. Lovely to see you, Pooja.
Same here, Menka. Hi.
And Amrita, if you can keep introduce both of them offline as well. So let's build up the network of the women. Menka, stay around and we're gonna chit chat again. Pooja, global namaste and hello in India.
Global namaste. Hi,
Amrita,
everyone.
take it away and let's enjoy some
Yeah.
beauty tips, her journey, how she has managed her life, just like Menka, a single mother, and look at her beaming with smile and happier than ever before. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Menka. And from Midlands, it's time to move to India. Global Namaste, Pooja, and a very good evening to you. Before we talk, let me introduce you to our viewers. Pooja is a celebrated cosmetologist and a style icon renowned for her expertise in skincare. And she's a cherished friend, a vibrant personality, and is a founder of Condor's Consumer Private Limited. She is the brain behind three amazing skincare brands in her professional retail segment, which she will be revealing her secrets about herself as well as her profession and the range of products she has to share with all of us and with the journey of what she is and how she is. So let's hear from her what she has to say. Very warm welcome, Pooja, to this episode. And I think our viewers are very eager to know about you, your products, because skincare is always on hype. People always want to look beautiful. And we promote outer and inner beauty. How had been your journey being a single mother? What made you to be what you are today as a successful woman? So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you very much. And global namaste to everyone. I really want to say, and I'm thrilled to share my story with all of you. I entered this industry for my personal reason because growing up, people told me, "Don't come in the picture. You don't fit. Your looks is not good." But I didn't let that define me. Instead, I worked on myself and discovered my passion for beauty industry. I entered in this industry in 2000. Today, I completed my 25 years journey of beauty industry. When I was 18 years, I entered this industry, and everyone was expecting, because I entered as a techno sales, like a where you teach the product, you teach about the scan, and you uh, take the orders and everything. Nobody expected in future I will lead three brands. I'll be woman entrepreneur. Uh, but yes, and I'm proud to be part of the industry where I can empower women, boost their confidence, and put a smile on their faces. And I firmly believe that women play a vital role in this industry. My journey hasn't been easy. I didn't. Uh, I worked hard to balance my, responsibility as a parent and an entrepreneur. And today, I'm proud to say, as Amrita told you, that I have three successful brands in the industry. Two exclusively for the salons, like where we are talking about the professional ways. And we launched a very different kind of concept, like a foot facial, where you always know about the skincare, like a pedicure, manicure, but we are talking about the foot facials. And we have a very beautiful skincare brand, which is beautiful. On the same time, I have one retail brand by the name of T2 Therapy, which is a prescribed by a lot of influencers, lots of customers, and we have more than um, 2 lakh family. So they are using my product. They have a good review. But yes, beauty industry, and I, like women have been this industry. It's very special, because if you will see this industry, I'm not talking about the now actually, but when they start, women have been the driving force behind the beauty industry, yet often overlooked. And I have to tell you that women are not just important, we are essential. That is really important thing which I always tell everyone. And being a woman entrepreneur, I really want to share one thing. In my company, uh, number of females more than 90%. We have more than 90% female employees. And I'm not just talking about the women who work in this industry. I'm talking about the women who are the backbone of our society, who are the creative, they are the nurturers and the role models. So the all women in this industry, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your hard work, your dedications, passion. Thank you for being the driving force behind this industry. And to the men also in the industry, I want to say that we appreciate for your support, your collaboration, and your recognition of importance of women in the industry. You know, in a beauty industry, if I'll talk about 20 years before, 25 years before, so normally boys doesn't care about their skincare. But we, in the starting, we are doing that. So now industry is in top. Like Amrita told, everybody is very crazy about the skin. But yes, in 25 years, industries are really pretty much changed now. Uh, Earlier, we used to say, oh, this is not a good profession. But yes, now everybody is very possessive about the skin. And I would love to say one thing to all girls, all females, all women. Self-love is very important. Give time to yourself. That is really important. See, we always say, I'm busy with child, I'm busy with my husband, I'm busy with my family, but I don't give time to myself. So, like when you are growing, I'm this year I'll be 44. Now I feel self-love is really important, where you want to live, you want to spend time with yourself. So being a woman, like, yeah, I remember in 2019, I was a speaker in Kirodi Mal College in Delhi, and where was topic, like industry is a male dominating. But if I'll talk about today, I would love to say in my industry, females or women get more importance in comparatively of male. If you are female, you will get job early, because we always say we are the best creation of the God.
Pooja, indeed, you are right that female are actually best creation of the God. And I always say that if we empower women, we empower humanity, because it's the women which gives birth to humanity. You can't do without them. And just at 42, look at the way you've come up. Menka is 52, 10 years ahead of you. And Timmy was 62. That each one of you, the way you've captured your field, the industry, and let us also maybe, Pooja, let's actually show people some of your products and what you have achieved. So I'll just quickly share that with people. And if you want to know what Pooja is all about, just go to Pedicam India. And she was talking about foot massage and facial. I mean, she means that, then there it is. Look at that, how well you can pedicure, manicure. She's a founder as well, so you will be able to read about her. That's Pooja there. She's here live with us. So Pooja website is very beautiful and people can visit there. And I like it because you have gained confidence also being a single mother, just like Menka. Okay, so I'm going to bring Menka back in picture, Pooja, just for one moment. And I want to ask, is it tough to be a single mother in this day and age? First, we'll ask Menka. Menka, is the journey of being a single mother, has it got stigma, and was it okay and easy?
It wasn't easy, Neil, but like I said, I never let the voices outside disturb what I had set out to do. And in fact, I feel being a single mother has actually made me more closer to my daughter. If anything, I mean, we are each other's biggest cheerleaders, biggest supporters, and biggest confidants, to be honest. So no, I have never seen it as being harder. I've always taken it on board with whatever challenges we've had to go through from the early days, and looking back, I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Well done, Menka. And let's ask Pooja that same. Pooja, you are in a very competitive industry. You have done so well. I love the products, the way you bring the lime color, lemon color, pink colors in all your products. It's always thematic. Being a single mother in India and being in charge and founder of a very good company, has it been a struggle, or it's been a fun and you've grown closer to your daughter?
I agree with Menka. Being a single parent is not an easy job, no doubt about it. Because if you are a entrepreneur, also you have a lot of families to take care of them. Because if your employees are working with you, some of females are working with you, so they have also families, and you need to take care of them also, and your child also. And I would really love to share, I have more than 70% single parent girl who are working with me. Yes, but yes, I always say I'm not a single, because my boy, yani my son, always asks me, when can I get married to you?
Wow, isn't it beautiful? So you are the role model. You are the role model for your son.
Yeah. So I always see, I already got married again with my son. So I never feel I'm a single parent. As Menka always will agree with me, when they hug us, when they, kiss us, so you don't want anyone in your life. You just need your kid. That's it. It's a relaxation, it's wellness, it's yoga, it's everything for you. It's stress relief, stress buster, everything for you. When you come home and they come and hug you tight and say, Mama, you are tired, I'll do something for you. So I never feel I'm a single parent. I always feel I already have somebody in my life.
Wow, isn't it wonderful, and a positive way of thinking? And both you women have risen to a very good position, and This is what we like doing at Healing Our Earth. We like grouping people from different parts. We always bring different continents over here. And Pooja, the products that you have come up with, the ideas that you have come up with are so beautiful. Like I said, if you want to know more about it, Pedicam India, you just go on it. I even put Pooja Garg and you can read about it. So Pooja, you're beaming with a smile and feeling so good. What tip would you like to give men to see if they can respect women more?
I always say ki, see, nowadays I'll not say ki they don't respect women, but yes, like our culture, actually in India they are upbringing like this only. But if you will see now generation, they respect women. Like my child, they always feel when some girl is coming, because we always teach like this. Because this generation, I will not say ki next generation has a complaint or have a complaint from our child ki they don't respect. It's all about upbringing. So now I don't have any message for them, but yes, I always say ki time is changing and we are waiting for now everything will be sorted.
Pooja, your message is very simple. You get men paying attention to you with your smile. Stay around here, Pooja. Just stay around. And within an hour, we are going to chit chat again with people after Sister Jayanti in a moment. We've got Sarita Sabharwal, a famous radio and a TV presenter here in United Kingdom. She's part of Healing Our Earth. In fact, this program is live beamed on her Facebook page as well. We got Meena, our resident singer. Meena, before we go to Sarita, can you just quickly sing the most favorite song that is good for women, just for an antra before we go to Sarita?
Yes, definitely. Global Namaste, everybody. And this is one of my favorite topics that we are discussing today. And I would like to sing a few lines of this beautiful song. कुछ पाने की हो आस पास, कुछ अरमा हो जो खास खास, आशाएं आशाएं आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, कर दरियाओं को आर पार, आशाएं आशाएं आशाएं, तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी.
Wow, Meena, as usual, on the spur of a moment, you just deliver. Meena, stay down. After Sarita and Sister Jayanti, we're going to have an open session. We'll have discussion, singing, and we're going to bring the best of the women etiquettes. We're going to bring best tips for the men, because together, man and woman can do it, so there is no gender biasness. Stay around, Meena. We'll be back with you in a while. Let's just go there. Menka, stay around. I'll be back with you in a while. Amrita. Pooja, stay down and meet Sarita Sabharwal, a very good personality here in United Kingdom. A radio and a TV presenter. In fact, shortly, she's going to go live on a famous radio here, like a radio shortly. So, Sarita, global namaste and welcome to you. And Amrita, take it away with Sarita. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Pooja. Please stay around. It's time to move from India again to London. A very good afternoon, Sarita ji.
Good afternoon.
Sarita is a TV presenter and a radio broadcaster for last 35 years in UK. And at present, she is with Leica Gold Radio. She is a YouTuber interviewer, and she has interviewed various Bollywood celebrities and hosts a spiritual show called as Soulful Monday. And she is with a lot of other health programs and a lot more wisdom that she shares through her voice and the melodies she spread. Let's listen to her. Global Namaste to you.
Global
A
Namaste
very
to
warm
you as
welcome.
well. Welcome. And thank you for giving me opportunity. Especially, I would say thanks to Neil Kumar, who has invited me. And Amrita, I heard so much about you. and this program is going so well. I did watch the starting bit, but then I had to commute to my work because I'm going to start my radio show shortly, 4 o'clock, and then I couldn't watch it. Anyway, on Global Namaste Kehte Hue, I must say that we are celebrating International Women's Day today. And I salute to all the women who have done, who have achieved, and they are very strong and they have changed the world as well in somehow in their own manner. And but to do all this, you should have a determination, willpower, and of course, hard work. So people often ask me, Sarita, how did you manage to be in media for 35 years? It wasn't easy. My journey was very, there were hurdles, but then because I enjoyed my work, so I just overcome all the difficulties whatever came on my way. So I've got few points which I would like to discuss. We say empowering women, but economic independence is must. There are few points I'm going to discuss today. Economic independence is about creating environment where women have equal opportunities to secure employment, run businesses, and access financial services as well. So if women have got a determination to do something, they can achieve everything. But people or women who are little bit weaker, we have to motivate them. We have to motivate them all the way. We have to tell them, we have to encourage them what they should be doing and how they can go about it. So to achieve this independence, what I was talking about, women should get education. That is must and the first point. Training or education helps them all the way. So education is the foundation, and the importance of access to quality education for girls not only support personal or professional development, but also breaks the cycle of poverty and promotes gender equality as well. So women should understand, they should, if they are mothers, they should encourage their daughters to study, to get educated, then only they can achieve whatever they have goal for. And women leadership is also very important, and representation as well. Women is a leadership, women's leadership and representation in political, economic, and community are very essential. They should take part in community events as well. They should be aware of economical situation. They should be aware of political situation as well. And they should be in politics as well. There are ladies who are coming, especially in our own country, India. There are many people, ladies now coming forward in politics. They are entrepreneurs, and they are very successful teachers, doctors. In every field, they are doing very well. In fact, I posted my one on International Women's Day. I posted my video on YouTube and also on Facebook. And then I had one cutting from Dr. Nikhil Kaushik. And Dr. Nikhil Kaushik said, do you know, Sarita, in this country, in UK, there are more women female doctors than male doctors. So that is an achievement. Ladies are doing so well, and you get happy that, women are doing so well. And then I said about political area, they should come forward. They should be politicians. Look at Margaret Thatcher, Indira Gandhi, Benazir Bhutto. They rule the countries. So we are proud of them. And then healthcare is very essential. They should know that they have to take care of their health. So I would say, There are ladies who don't care about themselves. They are women. They are so busy in their own world, like looking after the family, looking after children, looking after households. But they forget that they have to look after themselves as well. So if they have, say, like headache and headaches for few days, they don't bother. They say, oh, it will be okay. But then they should be aware that it could be just not headache, it could be something else. So awareness is must. They should know. If say these days on radio as well, we are doing a campaign on breast cancer. So many ladies, many women, they suffer from this disease, horrible disease. But do you know, if it's been detected at early stage, then 98% of the women can gain 5 years of their life. They can live for 5 years longer, and this is curable. This, if it's been detected on a very early stage. So they should go for breast screening के लिए, they should go and get it tested. They are just shy, maybe for some other reason they don't go, so that is not very good. So they should be encouraged, so they should go for breast screening as well. And इसके अलावा there are few more points I would say, that they should become ambassadors. Like if they have done very good in cosmetic words, say, like, then they should become the ambassador for that product, ambassador for any product, anything they want to do. Run fitness and self-care programs as well. They should encourage people as well, encourage other women as well, and start conversation with them. Just teach them, just tell them that they should, they should come forward, they shouldn't be shy, they should take part in say, like charity organizations, they should do charity work or something like that. Then only, you have to motivate. If you know something, you should always let other women know that you can do as well. So determination, I will come again, that there should be a determination. Amrita, I know, being a doctor, you must be seeing many female. Are they reluctant to talk about any issues with you?
The kind of First of all, thank you for raising this issue. One of the prior things we also keep taking it as a priority at Healing Our Earth, where we have various episodes where we talk about it. Yeah, there are a lot of other things that being a health professional you have to raise, and being a woman you have to raise, for a girl child you have to raise, in which these things are pretty common, where so many girls they don't know about a lot of things in respect of especially the breast cancer or the cancer of cervix they have, or even when it comes to pregnancy, early stages pregnancy. A lot of women, they lose their first child just because of being
They're not
unaware
aware of
about what
this.
all things, and the inborn habit of a women to it's others first and then me after, sometimes can be very hazardous to yourself. It is not, so I would say self love is not being selfish. It's about caring yourself and respecting yourself to the best, so that you can be efficient enough to serve the people whom you love. And in that case, these kind of counseling sessions have to be made. In fact, it just reminds me that I had done one of the 50 episode radio talk shows, especially for girl, child, and women empowerment, where we raised issues related with health as well as legal issues in concern of their protection and guidance, post-marital and premarital, and a lot of abuse that women face worldwide in different sections of society, I think is an important thing that we must raise and talk about every day, to bring awareness at every section, so that people know what is the right thing to do, and also the women have their self-foundation as a cornerstone to understand what is their potentials and capabilities to lead up the role and to stand by what is no and what is yes is yes. And
Yes,
that's
yes,
very
yes.
important.
Very important. Very, very nicely you explained that. And then I was telling about, women, we should encourage other women who are little timid or they are not outgoing, they're just
Very
shy, they
important.
just sit at home. So they
You will not
just tell
believe,
them,
Sarita ji, sometimes in hospitals they come at so very last stage just because they are so shy, and they come at the stage which is so pitiful, and we are helpless to treat them. And we always say that Kash aap jaldi aaye hote. Maybe you must have saved
that's
something
true.
of yours, and it is really very sad to hear all those things, but then that's what you are raised the question
That's
of, which
true.
is very important.
Yeah, so awareness. Again, I will say awareness is must. We can only make more women very powerful only if they know about things. If they don't know anything, then they can't do anything. They won't do anything. So we have to train them. We should have like organizations where we can teach them, educate them about everything. But then in this world, there are so many successful women who have done marvelous, not only in medical field, आज तो space में भी जा चुकी हैं ladies, So we are proud of it that women are doing so well. They are pilots, they are in each and every entrepreneurs and in each and every field they are doing so well. So talking about earlier, I said about myself that 35 years I've spent of my life in media. I started as a weekend presenter. At the moment, I'm again on weekend slot only, but then I made my way up to, I was head of the programming department. I was, I was doing very well. Then with time, you have to give up some few things for other priorities. But then again, I'm still in media. And when during the COVID, I started this YouTube. I was never on YouTube, so I didn't know what to do. So I started YouTube, started interviewing people, interviewing mainly singers, lyricists, music directors, actors. But while I was on television, I interviewed all the Bollywood. You take it from SRK to Amitabh Bachchan to Aishwarya Rai to Sushmita Sen. So, they're all very lovely people. So especially when you see women doing so well, you feel proud that, everybody. So I think that's what I have got time for. Um, I was told,
Sarita,
yeah,
Sarita, just before you go, we are
yeah.
so proud of you. For those people who don't know, in fact, she has been in the media for more than 35 years, not just into radio and TV. She's also a very good presenter on the live shows. And Devanand once said, Sarita, kya baat hai in Leicester. This is so many years back that I
Oh
remember
my God, you remember.
because I was the
This,
one who actually
I,
promoted.
I can I just share this with you? There was Devanand Sa, there was a premiere of film in Odeon Cinema in London, and I was
Yes,
supposed to introduce him on the stage. He went on the stage and he invited me.
exactly. And the
That
same.
was
And then in Leicester, he complimented on you because at that time the audience cinema were the chain.
Oh, I see. Okay, that I
Yes,
don't remember.
around there.
Thank
Yes,
you
so
so much, Neil, for giving me opportunity to talk on your this platform, and I'm really proud. You are doing such a really great job because it's going on now for 4 years, 5 years.
5 years.
You
Yes,
started in COVID, during COVID.
correct.
So hats off to you. And you
And,
have united all globally, everybody at one place and
and thank you to
on
you,
one.
Sarita, because each episode every week also goes on her famous Facebook page as well. And you can watch it on there on many, many media partners that we've got where each episode is being broadcast. Sarita, we love you. Well done.
Thank you, Neil. Before I go, I just want to say, if you haven't seen my videos, interviews, you can YouTube. You can subscribe to YouTube. It's called Sarita Sabarwal. YouTube, Facebook. You can follow me. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me opportunity, and thank you, Amrita and Global Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was the wonderful, smiling Sarita Sabharwal. She's always smiling. She's always happy. She had got no controversy at all. She's so popular among the media field. If ever she didn't like anything, she would just walk away from it. But she would never go and put up a wrong fight. That is Sarita Sabharwal for you. She is back again on Laika Radio. You can listen to her. In fact, she's going to go live shortly as well. Meena, you know Sarita as well. Maybe you can sing something to her while she's signing off and getting ready for a radio presentation.
Yes, definitely. Why not? I know Sarita ji. I met her at the Blitz event, if you remember, Sarita ji. And we had such great fun at that time. So here is a beautiful, uplifting and motivational song for you before you go. आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे, आज मैं आगे ज़माना है पीछे, आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे, आज मैं आगे ज़माना है पीछे. टेल मी ओ खुदा, अब मैं क्या करूं, चलूं सीधी के उल्टी चलूं, आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे. झूमे जा मौज में, रुकना न जान जा, देखूं ये तरंग रुकती है कहाँ. झूमे जा मौज में, रुकना न जान जा, देखूं ये तरंग रुकती है कहाँ. मैं भी तेरे संग इन लहरों पे चलूं, सर के बल या कदम से चलूं, आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे, आज मैं आगे ज़माना है पीछे, आज मैं ऊपर. Thank you so much.
Wow, so that is very appropriate for Sarita as well. She's back in the Asman and it's so beautiful up there, Meena, which is so beautiful.
Thank you.
It's a musty time now. We are going to wait for Sister Jayanti in a while as well.
Oh.
So, Meena, what is your take on women equality and gender biasness?
Oh Lord. I want to say something, what I went through when I was a child, I've always been into music, always, since I know myself, I was about 4 or 5, and I always was into singing, always wanted to learn music. But I come from a family where girls are not promoted so much as sons, you see. So I was always told, no, don't listen to music. No, don't listen to radio. Just do your homework. Go and do your work. Okay, fine. Because at that time we were not supposed to say anything. These days, if you tell somebody, your children something, they will definitely raise their voices. But in those days, this is back in India many years ago. So we never used to raise our voices. So I always used to feel I want to do music, I want to listen. So I very secretly used to listen to, very secretly actually, nobody knew that I was listening to this transistor that I had, small transistor in the house. We never had any TV, nothing we had. So I do understand that it was financial issues as well, that I couldn't learn music at that time. But at the same time, it was a girl and a boy kind of thing as well, that girls can't do this and only boys can do this, which I really feel even today at the age of 58, I still feel that I wish I was allowed to do these things in those days. I would have done much, much better. So I really feel that this shouldn't be. And I'm so glad that things have changed. Even in India, that they're really, the things are changing for them. And these days, parents are really, really encouraging their children, especially girls, to do what they want to learn what they want to. It's not just academically that you promote your children, you encourage them. Is anything that they want to learn, they are really, really pushed these days, and I really feel glad about that change was must. But yes, when I came here in 1987, this was 37 years ago when I came here, and yeah, things changed for me, and I just grabbed the opportunity as soon as I came here. And I started learning music left, right, and center. I didn't miss an opportunity. And my son was just about a few months, and I used to leave him with my husband, and I was just used to go to Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. I spent 25 years learning music there, and I'm so grateful that I could do this, and I haven't looked back after that.
Meena, you're already doing very well because you've been on Trafalgar Square for 3 years now.
Yes, I am.
That's
Yes.
the highest you can go on the earth. Stay down. Our favorite is here now as well. Our special guest, Sister JNT.
Thank you.
Who from a busy schedule has found some time for us over there. So Amrita, over to you, and Sister JNT, global namaste, Om Shanti to you.
Global namaste to all of you, and Om Shanti to all of you also. It's lovely to connect with all of you again.
Amrita, let's give a mini intro to Sister Jayanti. She was the Nari Shakti, and so many years back, she even went into United Nations and brought the women empowerment and her tips and her story as well. Let's give an introduction to Sister Jayanti and have a chit chat to her on that. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Sister Jayanti is a senior teacher of Brahma Kumari's, world's largest spiritual organization for both men and women, led by women, and she is the additional administrative head of organization which operates in around with 7,500 teaching centers in over 120 countries around the world. She is a much sought after an international public speaker, author of more than a dozen books, and a visionary leader guided by spiritual values and principles. Women empowerment has been very close to her, and she has been the light of millions and millions of people with her smile, wisdom, and words. And we are privileged to have her today at International Women's Day to get message from her. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to you, Sister Jayanti. Om Shanti.
Global Namaste to Amrita, to Brother Neil Kumar, to all of you, the whole team. And yes, it's a very, very important day today, because when we are honoring women, we're actually also honoring the world's citizens. Because when women are honored and respected, they say that if you remember that Lakshmi is in your home, then your home is blessed with abundance, not only of wealth, but the wealth of happiness, of joy, of purity, of peace, of all the treasures that human beings could ever want. And so let me share a little bit about the background of all of this. Amrita very rightly said that, yes, we've been connected with the Brahma Kumaris for a long time. And in 1937, when Brahma Baba, the founder, started the university, it was because he had a vision of a better world, a vision in which it was clear that there was justice and truth and peace and all the good things that you can think about, a world which was Satyug, the world of truth, the golden age. But when he began to reflect on how we could make this happen, how could such a world come about, he realized that justice and truth were the foundations for a world of peace and happiness. And he saw that in the world in which he was living, and remember, India was the undivided India at that time, and he was in Sindh, in Hyderabad, and working in Calcutta. But everywhere he saw that women were treated as second-class citizens. And he realized that it was only by offering affirmative action for women and bringing women up to a level that was equal to men that there could be the justice that was needed for a better world. And so he decided to do something that was quite revolutionary at that time, or even today, I'd say. And he said that of all the people who come to me to hear about the chanting of Om and the practice of Om and the experience of peace, I'm going to train the young girls who have come, the women who have come, to be empowered so that they can be the leaders and teachers. And today, still by constitution, our organization has women as its administrative heads and its leaders. Yes, we have wonderful brothers, wonderful men who play a very important role, but they also share Brahma Baba's philosophy that when women are in the lead, then things can improve dramatically and we can create a better world together. And when we asked Baba, but what do you see in women? And he said that, well, the human soul is male and female. It has both qualities, masculine and feminine. But within our society, women have been given the role of not just mothers, but also teachers. And if you think about all the compassionate care work that goes on, social workers and teachers in the world out there, it's very often women. Nurses, it's women. And so he said that if you want to create a better society and educate people to come to the level where there is equality of vision, then that sort of sustenance can only happen through women as teachers. And so within our centers in India, we have 5,700 centers in India alone, which means practically every district in India, and the rest are abroad in 130 countries. But all the teachers in India are always women. Abroad, we've become a little bit more open with that because the situation is a bit different. So we have men and women teachers also, but still, generally, the administrative heads all over the world are also women. The theme this year that has been selected for Healing Our Earth seems to be accelerating action. And the theme that the UN has chosen for this year is rights, equality, and empowerment. And accelerating action. Action comes later. First, it's what's going on in your mind, what's going on in your heart, in your feelings, whatever it is is going on in terms of your attitude and vision. And then comes the action. So I'll start at the beginning, which the UN has put at the end, empowerment. So how do I empower myself? If I'm waiting for somebody else to empower me, well, I'll have to wait for another Brahma Baba to come along, and I don't know when that's going to happen. But nobody else is going to give me a role of teacher or administrator or leader. But what I can do for myself, and it's up to each one of us to do that. And this actually applies to men and women, because at the moment, all of us have a mind that's racing, that's going to the past, that's worried and concerned about the future. And so in order to empower my mind, I need to be able to create good thoughts. A mind that has weak thoughts is a weak mind, and it can very easily spiral down into negativity. COVID was interesting because there were some who were there to help others, and then there were others who were trying to manage themselves. But then there was a third group of people who really couldn't manage at all. And mental health issues came up in a very big way during COVID and post-COVID also. But of course, that applies to every human being. If I allow myself to think in a negative way, what's going to happen? I spiral downwards. And if I begin to think in a positive way, my mind is going to be uplifted. And through the upliftment of the mind, I can also ensure that my feelings are uplifted also. But the most important thing is, what is it that I'm feeding my mind? If I'm feeding my mind all the rubbish that we see on television, 90% of that is really negative news. And I'm not saying don't watch the news, but watch the news with a question in your mind. What can I do to help this situation? You know, when you hear a siren go, whether it's a police siren or an ambulance siren, do you say, oh, this is so noisy here? Or do you have the thought, I don't know who's in trouble, whether it's health or something else, can I send them good thoughts, pure thoughts, good wishes? You know, when it's Diwali time, when it's Christmas time, New Year time, we say, I'm sharing good wishes with you. But can I make that my personal agenda for each and every day? Can I make sure that I don't have negative feelings towards anyone? You know, it's okay to send good wishes to people in Africa, the other end of the world, and I don't know them. It's easy. But what about my neighbors? What about the colleagues that I work with? What about my children when they're behaving in a way that I don't want them to? Can I still send them love? Can I still send them good wishes? Can I still send them pure thoughts that can support them and help them? Or is my mind going into another spiral? And so empowerment means to learn how to feed my mind with spiritual ideas of truth about the self, about the creator, about the qualities of the self, about the world and the vision of the future, a better world ahead. If I can do this, feed my mind with spiritual knowledge every day, then my mind can have powerful, nourishing information, food, that can give me strength and sustain me through the day. You see, human souls impact each other. And so the more powerful is going to impact the weaker. And my weak thoughts, and then the power of negativity. At the moment, we're going through Kali Yuga, the dark age, the age of negativity. And so the force of negativity is so strong that if I'm not in a conscious awareness of how to make myself powerful, it's going to overtake me. And so time for spiritual study, time for silence is the way that I empower myself. And that also then eliminates for me any barriers or boundaries, whether it's the barrier of race, of color of skin, or in this case, gender. I can let myself move up above all those boundaries and barriers that others or I myself used to put in front of myself, and move up above beyond those, so that, yes, I occupy a female body, but that's wonderful. I have a special role in the world. Can I see it in a positive direction? I can. The people who have been heroines through the ages have done something of benefit for the world. Today, I can do the same. I can empower myself, and whatever profession it is I work in, whatever career I have, my state of empowerment will be such that it spreads good vibrations around me. I can support and uplift others also. So I think the starting point is an empowerment. And then equality. When I see everyone with that vision of that inner being of light, the shining star that they truly are, the body keeps changing. And at some point it's young, at some point it matures, and then it grows old and decays, and we think that, oh, what can I do today? But no, the soul is eternal. The inner being, the soul, has an inexhaustible supply of energy itself, if I remember to tap into it by going on that inner journey. But the soul is also able to tap into the source of the divine. You see behind me this image of this pinpoint of light. So that's my form. I am a point of light, but the divine is also the same. And in this awareness of who I am, the eternal being, a light, I connect with the divine, and from the divine, I'm able to draw the power of love, the power of truth, the power of purity, the power of joy. And so with this power, I then see everyone around me also as beings of light. And so I'm able to see the goodness of each one. I'm able to recognize the special talents and virtues that they have, and I'm able to connect with them on that basis. And so no complaints, no blame, but rather appreciation and value of every human being, because truly we are all equal. And then rights. Well, let me talk about responsibilities first, because responsibility is first and then come rights. But my responsibilities, to what extent am I able to fulfill them? There's so much stress and anxiety today. I don't know how to manage everything. Maybe I have a full-time job, and then I come home and I have another job of parenting my children. And yes, my husband, my partner is supposed to help, but I'm not sure to what extent they do. So I have a second job as a parent, a third job as a teacher for them, but I have a fourth job looking after the homemaker. Again, I'm not sure to what extent partners play an equal share in that. And so it means that I really need to be a superwoman. I need to be able to play all these roles, fulfill all these responsibilities. It means I need extra power. A few moments of reflection, going on that inner journey, drawing the power of the divine, and I can play all of these roles with a smile. I can truly fulfill all my responsibilities. And yes, if I'm doing that, I have all rights. I can claim all my rights with a sweet smile. I don't have to fight for them. I don't have to struggle for them, but I have them. It's available. I can just manage everything very sweetly. And so to all my sisters out there, remember, you're a shining star and you're an inexhaustible source of energy and love for all those around you. But only if you make that connection with the divine and fill yourself with that power. And yes, truly, women, it is the era of the feminine. And my brothers can also play the part by awakening those feminine qualities that they truly have. There is no lack of compassion and love in a man, because the body, the skin is just the costume that we're using. You two are that shining star. But it's time now, when there's so much aggression, we see it all around. It's not just aggression of people to people, it's aggression of country to country, nation to nation. But it's also aggression against nature. I have a question. Why is nature no longer supporting humanity? Why is nature no longer cooperating with us? Because we have aggressed nature. Our violence against nature has been huge. And so in order to actually win the cooperation of nature and the support of nature, again, nature sustained us for millennia, but it isn't anymore, because we've damaged it, we've harmed it, we've poisoned it. So now, if I can send vibrations of love and light and support for nature and begin the process of healing our earth and the whole of nature and our planet by sending out those good vibrations in the remembrance of the divine, yes, the feminine energy of love and compassion can truly heal the earth, but also heal human hearts, and we can together create a better world. Thank you for your attention.
Sister Jayanti, how spiritually empowered that was. It was so nice. You covered human touch, you covered the environment. Maybe it's very nice time, and if you're okay with some time, to do a 3 or 4 minute meditation to bring the everything that you just touched was so moving, that it wasn't just gender equality. And before you do a mini meditation, I want to ask you a question because I know you for so many years and you have been at the top for over 40 years, meeting with the prime ministers, presidents, and you travel so many countries. Do you feel that the gender inequality has narrowed nowadays?
I'd love to say yes, definitely, but it hasn't. If you see the stories about and the statistics of domestic violence, well, that gives you one idea. If you look at the number of CEOs who are women in the top list of the 100 by Fortune magazine, you'll see that it's only 10% that is women. Now, that is not equality. And you can't tell me that women are less intelligent than men, and this is why they're only 10% CEOs. And so there's a lot of hurdles to be crossed. But I think it's women who have to come back to the state of self-esteem, valuing themselves, and how this is now the moment to contribute in a very powerful, positive way to what's happening in the world. Then yes, I think we can move not just towards equality and justice, but truly no one can be left behind. Together we can create a better world. After the dark night, the day has to come. And I see the day shining just ahead of us, just a few steps away. We've been seeing the descending energy, but there's an ascending energy also. And part of that ascending energy is healing our Earth program, reaching out to the world, talking about subjects that are major consequences and results for women and men. And so I think we're in that ascending trend now.
And so,
But yes, I'll
sister,
be very happy. Yes, I'll be very happy to do meditation. Yeah.
just before we do meditation, just one more question. So, what steps can men take to be better allies to women?
Treat women with respect, value them, recognize their contribution, not just at home, but at work also. See them as equals. If you can do that, you'll have supported the women's cause in a big, big way.
Absolutely, sister. Very simple, she says. Respect them, treat them as equal, just trust them. Sister, let's break into a nice meditation so that we culminate into good aura and energy. Over to you, sister.
Okay. Carry on sitting comfortably the way you are. But now, let's focus our thoughts. Let me focus my mind on the inner being, the being of light that lives in the center of the forehead. Let me feel the energy within. My thoughts slow down, and I select the thought I would like to have. The thought of peace. I hold peace in my mind, and in this awareness of peace, I can feel the presence of the divine. And in the presence of the divine, the ocean of love, the ocean of truth, the being of truth, the ocean of joy, shares all those treasures with the soul. And these treasures not only reach me, but they spread out into the world. The love of the divine, unconditional, non-judgmental, touches human hearts and begins the process of healing. The power of peace reaches out to all the animals who are suffering from all the violence of human beings, and brings them peace and a feeling of safety and protection. And the power of purity touches all the earth and all the plants, the trees, all forms of life. And the power of purity begins to cleanse this world of ours. I hold the whole planet, all the living creatures and all the people on it in God's light. And we're able to take some steps forward towards the day. Om Shanti. Thank you, and a global namaste to all of you. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, Sister Jayanti. How wonderful. You always infuse people with the energy and spirituality and calmness. Thank you for taking time out. I know it's very busy there in India. You had a very good celebrations again today. I think it was Bap Dada Day today, maybe. And it has been very beautiful. And Meena would just like to quickly sing a number for you and to send you off for that celebration. Meena, over to you, and Sister Jayanti will then just bless us, and she has to go back to her duties.
Sure. जैसा सोचोगे तुम वैसा बन जाओगे, जैसा कर्म होगा वैसा फल पाओगे। श्रेष्ठ कर्म का आधार है खुद का कर लो दर्शन, यही जीवन का सार है, यही जीवन का सार है। जैसा सोचोगे तुम वैसा बन जाओगे, जैसा कर्म होगा वैसा फल पाओगे। मन में हो शुभ संकल्प तो जीवन में फिर दुख कैसा, जब अंतर में शुभ भावना तो दिल में सुख सागर जैसा। हार कर जो ना हारे जीत उसी की होती है, घन घोर अंधेरे में भी जलती जगमग उसकी ज्योति है। जैसा देखोगे तुम वैसा बन जाओगे।
Thank you, Meena. What a wonderful thing. Jaisa, Vaisa, Joseph Banjahoge. Sister Jayanti, we love you as usual. You bring and you infuse and you empower people with spirituality and energy. Thank you very much for being at Healing Our Earth. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, and thank you, Meena Ben, for that beautiful contribution. Om Shanti.
Wonderful. So,
Om
Sister
Shanti,
Jayanti,
thank you.
he always brings that wonderful energy and everything. And Meena, while you've got, and because you have got a live concert in an hour or so, what nice Bollywood number you can bring smile on Pooja's face and Smita's face and Maureen's face and everybody. Maureen is here in Canada. We will shortly talk to her because he said it's now an open time for about 30
Yes.
minutes. and we
Yes.
want to listen to some of your views. So, Meena, one nice peppy number before we let you go.
I'll just sing a couple of lines quickly because I'll have to be somewhere on time. So
Go ahead.
just a couple of lines on this Women's Day, and it's really really uplifting and very motivational. बादल पे पाँव है या छोटा गाँव है, अब तो भई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है. बादल पे पाँव है या छोटा गाँव है, अब तो भई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है. Thank you.
Thank you, Meena. You saw Pooja was just swaying all the way. When you go next to India, do meet Pooja. She's in Delhi over there, Perikam, India, so you can meet her. You saw Anjali, a resident doctor as well from Hyderabad. She was swaying. You had Menka swaying as well. She's in Leicester, Meena.
Wow, that's nice. Really nice to know everybody here at Healing Our Earth.
And
And
Smita
thank
was
you very
smiling
much for
while you
having
were-
me.
Smita was smiling while you were singing as well. Thank you, Meena.
Thank you.
Meena is our resident singer. We'll see you again later in
Yes,
other episodes. Thank you.
definitely. Thank you.
Amrita, it's an open time where everybody can join. We want Anjali wanting to tell us what she thinks of women empowerment. We've got Maureen. Maureen just visited Paris, France, where she had a very successful tour. She was one of the speakers there again to do. So she's going to tell us in a moment. Smita, of course, is in about 40 minutes from now. It's Smita's turn, but Smita, you can still interact now. We still want to talk to you. So Amrita, let us ask. I want to ask each woman one simple question, and it is two-part. Okay. Number one, like I asked Sister Jayanti, do we feel that in the current time the gender inequality has narrowed? And number two, how can we actually work together closing the gender gap in the workplace? So how can we involve men as well to be a better ally to women? So let's start with Anjali in Hyderabad. She's a doctor there as well and a part of Healing Our Earth hosting team and a panelist team. Anjali, how are you? And a global namaste to you there in Hyderabad.
Global Namaste, Neelji, Amrita ji, Nishi ji, and everyone present here. Happy Women's Day to the beautiful women out here and to the ones listening to us also. I think we definitely have broken the glass ceiling in the terms of having equal opportunities for men and women now at workplace. More to happen, I feel in India, a lot of companies are giving equal chances to women to take part in job scenarios, and they are doing really well. But I think some part of it, what happens is postpartum, they get lot of opportunities to join the workforce, but because of the family, childcare systems, I think we need to develop more friendly childcare services, companies which can help moms to get their babies to be looked after well after pregnancy. Postpartum care is so important for them. So I think overall, the help of the family members, the father, the company, all and workplace, community build-up should happen. So a lot of companies, I can't name those companies, they have a child play area in the offices. So a lot of my patients, they say, okay, Dr. Anji, I want to get back to work. But at the same time, the challenge is who look after my child? I'm not trusting the childcare at home. The employed childcare at home, I'm not trusting it. So I need to have something which is more systematic in origin, which is inside the office space, and I can have a look at the child and I can work. So more of these things should be introduced in offices, which can, let the women go back to work, basically, and that can bring equality of, the gender equality will come back after that, because I think the mother has to play a bigger role in looking after the child than the father, because the child has to have the breastfeed, has to have good, food, nutritious food, and I think that will bring about a great, all the challenges will come down. But for many moms who don't return back to work, also there can be something like a work from home opportunities, something like, get them into an employment growth factor, give them coaching classes, or help them self-motivate themselves to be self-employed from home. So they can equally look after child, look after themselves postpartum, and also look after their, being independent, to be financially independent. But I find there's still a lot of things we need to take care of when it comes to domestic violence, which is very much profoundly there all parts of the world, where women, especially the Indian women, they're shy of not talking about it. Even if they talk about it, it's a taboo word. So I think more and more, information, education, literacy around this will really, really help the Indian women, and also the women all across the board, across the country. I think so.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Anjali.
Nihilji. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. And Menka covered a few points as a single mother, as did Pooja, who is successful, a business entrepreneur right now as well. And Menka is a property investor and paralegal. Smita, who is a yogi and a coach and an author as well. Shortly, she'll be telling that. Let's go to Maureen. Maureen, you had a wonderful time in Paris, in France, very recently. Tell us a bit more about it, and what do you feel about gender inequality over the next 3-4 minutes? Over to you, Maureen, in Canada.
Well, thank you, and good morning from Vancouver. And I'm so pleased to be able to be here. I just happen to be here because my schedule is always changing. And like women, we adapt, we flex, and we show up. And we are here for each other. And the conference, the global, it was the Leo Global Conference on Women's Empowerment. And we had a man there, which was lovely. We had maybe 2 or 3 men in the audience, but there was one male speaker, and he was booked to be last. I don't know if that was by design. However, it was lovely to hear from him and his perspective on the feminine empowerment. And his whole life, his whole work is about supporting women. And I thought that was really remarkable and wonderful. And there's so many different ways that we can support each other, women to men, men to women, and be equal in the moment beyond roles. I think that what's happening both in the workplace and in everyday life is that life is demanding us to show up as 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 appropriate, and how can we support each other beyond the structures that we've had in the past. So while everything in the world seems upside down and chaotic in many instances, we do what's needed to support each other. And that all comes from love. That comes from our heart. So how can I support you? How can you support me, whether you're male or female? I think we're going beyond gender in the next levels of supporting what's needed without ego, just from pure love.
Maureen,
And
do
just
you feel, Maureen, do you feel you have to fight your way in, or do you feel that it is at ease now? Because you remember 50 years back, the society was different. Mainly your mother or my mother, they were housewives cooking for us and rearing us up and everything. And now we've got career women. I mean, some women are so powerful. They're leading some of the world's best companies. We have, although we don't have too many presidents and prime ministers, but the one where we have women, they are more peaceful countries as well. Do you feel that as a woman you have to fight in the men's world?
Well, I'm 75, same age as Sharon. And so I do go back a ways. And I've been mostly an entrepreneur doing my healing work for most of the last 35 years. However, before that, I worked in offices. And yes, it was many women felt they had to fight at those top levels, but I don't feel that that's true anymore. I feel that women are so powerful that their voices are being heard, and that was very emphasized in the recent conference in Paris, where there was one woman in particular, well, all of the women there are so powerful in their own right and making their contribution in business, all in all fields, right across the spectrum, which is why I love that conference. It had so many different points of view of women and the history and their stories of coming through from so many industries. And so one woman, she was a powerhouse at the age of 25. So it maybe depends on the culture and the country and the situation of the individual. But these women were all unstoppable. So that was very inspiring hearing their stories and coming through a lot of trauma and a lot of pain. And their stories were very inspiring of what each woman has overcome. So I think that from my perspective, that's never been a really big issue.
So, Maureen,
Because
that is positive. And as you say, women are unstoppable. Look at our Pooja, look at Menka, look at Smita, who's going to tell us more about it. She's become very good personality, entrepreneur, yogi, author as well. Look at Anjali over there as a doctor, who may be the youngest over here, and she's happy and thriving. Look at Amrita. She's part of the IIT Monday now. She's also helping in the NBCC conference, which is a world-class conference. And another unstoppable woman is our Seema Bhatia, a celebrity chef. If you ever went to Hong Kong and you went to the cruises, this is the chef you heard and talked about. A global namaste, Seema. How are you?
A very warm global namaste. Thank you very much, Neilji, for your very warm words. It's so inspiring to see such dynamic women on this platform today, from Canada, from India, from the Midlands, from India again, from London. I see there's a huge movement towards women's empowerment worldwide. I was at a fantabulous function yesterday, hosted by the luxurist magazine Anisha Vaswani Creates. And they had this wonderful movement of these women called Sisters in Strength. These are 9 ladies, 9 dynamic, career-oriented women, Neilji. Hi, honey. Perfect person to come on board at this time. Yay. Okay. And these 9 women have all suffered severe domestic violence and abuse. So they have joined hands as sisters in strength and taken this vow to actually uplift all other women who face domestic abuse. Now we are in the year 2025. Yeah, and the theme for 2025 is accelerated action towards gender equality, because the reality is the World Economic Forum has said that gender equality, for it to come into power and come into a proper place or equipoise and balance, it's going to take up to as long as 2058 maybe. Now, honey, wouldn't you agree that is a number of years, Neilji? That's very far down the line.
First of all, a global namaste to, of course, our lovely women and everyone, the whole global family that has tuned in today. Yes, absolutely, Seema. I think it's really important to discuss about gender.
It's scary, actually, when we come to think of it, you know. And Maureen, I have to celebrate your country. You're from Vancouver, because one thing Canada has implemented is maternity leave for men. As Anjali ji was saying, you know, there should be more movement towards maternity leave. More women may be allowed to bring their babies into the workforce or work from home. But whoever would have thought of maternity leave for men? What a beautiful way of celebrating a father as well, not only a mother, but also a father, parenting. It's always about women looking after children, the grandmother looking after the children. The Eastern cultures put so much emphasis on this.
So
But
Seema,
what I love about Canada is this movement of maternity leave for men. How about India implemented? How about Africa implemented? How about the UK implements it?
but Seema, that is encouraging that also men can find equality on there as well. And
Absolutely.
Seema, you're part of a project which really helps women.
I
Let us
am.
tell people a bit more about it. If you could tell us what this is about, and maybe if I can play the reel as well. So,
Thank you, Neilji. That's
feminine
very kind
well-being.
of you.
If you could just tell us what this is about.
So I am part of a very beautiful initiative by the Art of Living Foundations, which is spearheaded by Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. As you all know, our presence is in over 180 countries worldwide, and we are one of the world's largest voluntary-based organizations, and the International Association for Human Values, which is again spearheaded by Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, headquartered in Switzerland, with lots of peace initiatives, humanitarian initiatives. Project Pavitra is one of them. Project Pavitra is a menstrual health project. It's very big and very blessed in India. It's huge, yeah, where they emphasize on menstrual education and awareness for young girls. Now, a lot of young girls in many of the rural areas in many countries worldwide, India, Africa, don't have enough access to menstrual awareness, menstrual hygiene. There's a lot of taboo that surrounds them. You know, they're not educated adequately, and many of these young girls don't even have access to a sanitary napkin, which is very, very sad.
And Seema, if we can educate and empower them with those facilities, it will make them feel better as well. Let's play a
Absolutely.
video. Let's play a reel and see a bit more about this particular event.
Thank you, Neilji.
And we can see, and then we can talk about it. Okay.
Heartbeat, there is a story that's waiting to be told. A story of strength, resilience, and empowerment. My name is Seema Bhatia, and along with Aditi Pancholi, Shalini Berry, Dr. Payal Mehta, and Ranjana Pancholi, as volunteers of the International Association for Human Values and the Art of Living Foundation, we invite you for a sacred evening at Omnom in London on the 5th of April at 5 p.m.
So Seema, this is actually going to take place in London.
Yes.
Literally just about 4 weeks from now.
Yes.
So, of you who are in London, please spread the word. It is for very good cause. Seema started that, look, Canada is already implemented for the men to also have a leave. Well, how about empowering all the countries so the women's sanitation cannot be a taboo subject? It is so simple, but it's very important that we actually bring this subject and talk about it. We don't have to hide it under the carpet. So Seema, that's a very good project. And let's remind people, it's on 5th of April in London, in Islington, is that right?
It's on the 5th of April in Islington at Omnom at 5:30 p.m. Honey, I'll be telling you more about the project as well. I texted you today, and Neilji, of course. And the thing is, the beauty about this project, Project Pavitra, is we have trained facilitators. I'm a trained facilitator too, where we go out into the rural areas and we teach the girls breathwork, yoga asanas, mudras, correct diet, stress release exercises, meditation, menstrual awareness, menstrual hygiene. And it's a 3-day program. And it is compulsory for the girls to attend the 3 days. Only after they have attended the 3 days do they get access to pads, because a lot of these girls don't have enough access to pads. They're using grass, sand, reuse pads. They'll end up with a lot of gynec problems, infections, etc. So we make it compulsory. Now, an add-on to this is, and I say this with great pride, the Art of Living Foundation and International Association of Human Values takes great pride in saying we have an 11-month follow-up program with each school in the rural areas to look after these girls, to empower them, to ensure that everything has sunk in, that it's really working.
So Seema?
And that is what inspired me to take on this project as my way of giving back. Because 11 months is a long period and it's a huge commitment. And I invite all you women to come on board and be a part of this great initiative, because these girls need you. We need more people on board to help these young girls, because they go through a lot. I grew up, Neilji, in Kenya. My father was a doctor of medicine. My late mother was a degree holder in political sciences. But yet I was not allowed to touch the achar bottle, the pickle bottle, during my period because it would get spoiled. There is so much taboo surrounding women's menstrual health that has to be treated. Girls are said they're dirty. In some cultures in India, the women are not allowed into the kitchen. They're put into a separate room. No, why? You say this on one hand and then you go and pray to Kamakhya Devi who bleeds. Please stop. You've got double standards. This has to change. It's as simple as that. We're in 2025.
So Seema, what I want you to do after 6:30 today, if you go on the Healing social media and post it on Instagram and Facebook.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your support.
About the event, and if you post the text as well, where they can connect for future as well. So let us help this project Pavitra, which is very good for women's sanitation, but not just sanitation, also education, and through the years, we can find ease for the women. So do please support that. So Seema will be posting that on
for all these young girls.
She will connect to you via WhatsApp and everything. And Seema, I want you to say hello to Pooja. The next time you're in Delhi, you want to meet her in person, and off the line, if you could introduce her to Danada and Chaya and
certainly, of course. She's part of the family now.
The team who is dealing with the products and everything, let's form that partnership. So Pooja will be introduced to you live. Pooja, say hello to Seema.
Hi, Seema. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
All are looking so beautiful, graceful. Hi.
I know, I see all these lovely, beautiful women, and all I can say is that there's so much light on the platform. I might have to wear sunglasses now. It's beautiful. It's so nice to see such empowering women. We have our wonderful senior anchor, Ani Kalaria, and of course our Amrita and Pooja ji from Delhi. Smita ji, I look forward to connecting to you on a personal level in the UK. And Anjali ji, and of course Menka ji, you're in the Midlands.
Smita will be shortly delivering her session, and Menka is in Midlands. Okay, so it's a very right time. So Pooja, you will be connected offline behind the back with Amrita, with the team who are in the beauty products. With Seema, if you could introduce her to Dims Vaishali, okay, and the team who is dealing with the beauty products and everything. And maybe at this moment, over the next 5 minutes, let's go to Honey. Honey is a part of Healing Our Team as a senior anchor over here as well. Honey, a global namaste to you.
A global namaste to you as well, Neilji. It was so amazing to be here. I've missed the family because I've been away, and I've been having an exciting adventures, abroad at the Mahakumbh Mela. So I just thought that maybe I could share a little bit with the women about what women are doing out there to promote peace.
Before you do that, in the Kumbh Mela, was there gender biasness, or how was it?
Not at all. I was so proud to see there was equality. I'm talking about even rich and poor, old or young. Everyone had the same thing. So same food, same river that we had our sacred bath in, and same land that we were walking on, the sacred land.
So, Honey, would you say that the world is progressing towards less inequality? Is that what you feel?
I think it's amazing, yes, because I'll tell you one thing, because whilst I was there were so many crowds, millions and millions of people. So they put me in a VIP vehicle, but even when we came out, we had to walk 2 kilometers. That's how far we had to park with the VIP cars. And because we had to go through these great numbers of people, I had all these lovely men, I have to say, who were looking after me as bodyguards. They would kind of walk around me like a U shape. So I feel that sometimes, we have to say thank you to the men as well, because we talk about gender equality, but they also respect the women in such a way to ensure that they're safe and they, protected as well amongst this huge crowds, etc. There were so many police there, security, etc. So anytime you have any issues or you get maybe you fall apart from your little group, you can go to the police quickly to ask for help. I just found it to be the most amazing organized Maha Mela because to have Mahamela, meaning it's such a Mahamela, like it's such a big, huge Mela, 650 million people coming together over this 1 month or so. And to organize and plan has to be very meticulous for these things. And I had the privilege.
So, honey, coming back to Kumbh Mela, I want you to connect with Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. She's putting a special series for that. So if you connect to her, because you got the contact, connect to her directly. Anybody who has been to Kumbh Mela or has got an experience, please connect to our, yes, Pooja, you must connect to our Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. Amrita will send you, well, Seema or Amrita will send you the contact for that. She is part of Healing Our Earth and does the Europe outreach. Honey, I want to ask you one particular question before you say your point. What steps do you think men can take to be better allies to women? What should men be doing so they can be better friends with women?
I think we have to, if you read the book, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. If you read this book or a summary of this book, you will understand how women and men also think a little differently or work a little differently. So just like when you're creating business partnerships and you try to understand the other person's point of view, I believe men need to understand what women's personalities are like, because they're very feeling people. They like to hear nice words. They need to be a bit softer. They need to be creative. You need to give them that space to be free. Whereas gentlemen and men seem to be very logical. They want to, step 1, step 2, step 3. And women need to be a bit more flexible with the way they work. So I believe that if men can help, be educated to understand how women work, how their mental ideas work, how they connect emotionally, I think you will find that there will be so much more harmony between these two, genders. So I feel that that's how to educate men to understand that men and women do work differently, and you cannot expect a woman to work the way you work. So if you can open up a little bit and understand, I know the most beautiful partnerships that have taken place where people have been married for 50 years or more. You will find that they are the ones who understand each other. The husband will say, "Oh, she's the boss here. She's the boss in the kitchen." The men won't keep saying, "Oh, don't do it this way. Don't make this. This is too salty. This is this." They won't sit there nagging, because they just let the woman be who they want to be. So I feel we need to put a little summary together, maybe 20 moral codes of how men and women could live more harmoniously, and pass this to the women and pass this to the men, so both can understand and appreciate each other in a better way. And I also believe that with men, they like to have more respect. They like to be seen as somebody who is very successful. So if you have a woman that keeps putting them down as well, you're going against what a man would like to hear. But if you give the man a little bit of encouragement, you will find they'll do more for you instead of nagging. These kinds of things. There are lots of, if you study psychology of relationships, then you will find that you can create a very beautiful relationship by understanding the psychology of how men and women interact with each other. So that's my my take on that.
And honey, I know you obviously for so many years now, and in the world of Bollywood and dance, and then you open so many academies and stuff. Do you feel you have to still fight in the men's world, or now you feel at comfort and ease?
I've never had to fight in the men's world myself. I've never had to, because, you know, I'm one of those people who believes right from a very young age that we have to create harmony. Wherever we go, we have to work harmoniously. So I am very flexible. I think I've learned how to be very flexible when I work with people. We always know what the end goal is. So we have to push things in that direction. So you make sure you end up getting that goal. But how to get to that goal, you have to sometimes be a bit more flexible, a bit more, you know, diplomatic, you know, things like that. So I've never really had much problems with the men's world. And I've also worked on a lot of quite high profile projects, which are business projects, where you have really tough men, you know, who are very business oriented, and they can really put a woman down if they wanted to. So I've been very blessed this way, but I do know that there are lots of complaints from other women out there who are not being seen as equal. So we have to also consider them as well. We have to consider what they're going through.
So that's amazing. And Seema made a very good point. She went reverse, as she mentioned to Maureen, that men have got equal rights as well now to have paternity leave. You know, when they get a child, they should get a break as well. So I think it's also good that we sway both the way. Honey, stay around.
Yes.
Let's go to...
I just wanted to share one thing, Neilji. This is the first time, maybe I'll get a chance to show this. I had a 2-minute little promo. For the first time as a Healing Our Earth member here, I've gone into filmmaking. So I partnered up with somebody in Delhi, and we both came together and we created a whole documentary on the Kumbh Mela, which will now be sent across to festivals and played and screened. So I just wanted to share that I had a little 2-minute promo. So if I get a chance, it'll be really amazing to share with our family here that my first filmmaking debut.
So let's share it a bit later, and maybe on the 5th celebrations in 13th of April for Healing Our Earth, let us actually talk about that, because that's going to bring a good point to us. So honey, stay around because that's good news. Let's take a quick comment from Pooja over here. Pooja, your comment, and before we go to Vishaka ji, the president of Bhaktivedanta Menor ISKCON. So it's nice to have a guest at that level who is going to give us a bit of wisdom. Pooja, your comment, over to you.
I just want to say bye to everyone. It was really lovely experience to see all of you and all beautiful women. And I always say we are not important, we are essentials. We need to keep in the mind actually. So
beautiful.
Thank you.
So Pooja, yes, yeah. You can say hello to Vishaka ji. She's the president of the Bhaktivedanta Menor ISKCON, a very eminent influencer in the world of Bhakti as well. So you will just hear her in a moment. And when she's in India, maybe you can meet her as well, Pooja. And Amrita will keep you in touch with other team members.
Yes.
So you can share the idea of your... Yes. Amrita is...
You are such a graceful personality, and you are looking so graceful, and thank you. We'll connect to you.
Wonderful. So there we are. Okay, honey, Amrita, please introduce Vishaka Devi Dasi, and let's get her wisdom and what she thinks on the gender inequality or equality and how we can accelerate so we get less differences. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Hani ji. Global Namaste to you, Vishaka ji. Vishaka ji is now a temple president of Bhaktivedanta Menor and a disciple of ISKCON's founder, Sri Prabhupada. She is a prolific writer. In 1971, at the age of 20, she had just published her first book and was beginning in the career of photojournalism. Her dream was of bringing people around the world closer together by sharing their common kinships and values through her photographic essays. Vishaka Dasi has traveled east where she first learned about Bhakti Yoga, and ever since then, her journey with her husband and family towards Bhakti Vedanta has been one of the profound journeys. Let's welcome the spiritual soul and highly popular Vishaka ji. Global Namaste. A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Very honored to be amongst you.
Vishaka ji, your journey yourself has been one among those stories which you find how the light as a girl at 20s and the insight of spiritualism and being a photojournalist, your insight to know about who you are, being with something, and then that light ignited inside you to be what you are now. How has been this journey over the years, and what message do you have for the little girls who look forward to be in this light of life, to balance their life as well as to be somebody in their eyes, what they find to be really good? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for inviting me. And thank you for allowing me to speak a few words amongst you. I'm very happy to be with you. Yeah, so in my life, as you mentioned, I had a little bit of success at a young age. I published a book when I was 19, and I was working with a renowned photojournalist as well as a renowned commercial photographer. And I had an elder brother who excelled in college. I was taking college courses in high school. So I was surrounded by elements of success, and yet I was confused within myself about actually what success was, because I saw these people who are rich, who are famous. I was working with models who decorate the cover of, Vogue magazine and other popular magazines. And all of them, I found, were anxious, had relationship problems. Some of them had drinking problems. Even my own brother, he was full of conflicting views and argumentative. And in other words, all these people who excelled in different areas weren't happy. Happiness was eluding them. And so I really had to stop and think about what success was, because these people were very successful in the sense of having money, having fame, having influence, having knowledge, and yet their hearts were empty. There was a vacuum in their hearts, and they couldn't find happiness. And so fortunately, I had the amazing good fortune to meet Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who founded the Hare Krishna movement. And through him, I was introduced to Bhagavad Gita, to the culture of the spiritual Krishna consciousness movement. And there I found there was actually a path to fulfillment, to happiness. And it wasn't dependent on wealth, on material knowledge, on comforts, physical comforts, on physical beauty. All these things are fleeting. And even those who have them, very often they're full of stress. So it was really a life-changing year for me. That year I was about 20, 21, and my life has never been the same since.
That there are two so beautiful points that you have highlighted about the question of being successful. How do you rate things because being a woman or being a girl, we have learned always to give ourselves to others, the family, the parents, the children, and yet be professional on one ground. And I think a lot of women in this world must be thinking about where I am and what is the definition of that success, whether it is the success of my home, which they are not able to achieve, or it is the success of being behind in a profession. How do you uh, like create a balance? What are your thoughts on how should we all create a balance between all that? And I think Bhagavad Gita talks a lot about all this. So please share some insight. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So we can understand just through common sense and through the teachings of the Gita that we have the physical body that needs to be properly cared for as far as a good diet and exercise and rest. Then we also have the subtle body, the mind and the intelligence, and that also needs to be nurtured. That's not something that we want to overlook or neglect. We want to fully utilize whatever propensities, whatever skills and talents we've been gifted by God. But there's also the third element, which is the spiritual element. And that is largely neglected in society today, that people don't see that actually I'm a spiritual being, I'm a soul. And actually there is a God and I have an eternal relationship with God. And so once we include that, then our lives can be more complete, more fulfilled. If we ignore the spiritual aspect and just cultivate a healthy body, just cultivate a mind that's very acute, we're learning all sorts of things, but neglect the spiritual aspect, we won't feel fulfilled in life.
And what are the tips that what kind of tips we should follow, or what are the rules we should follow for spiritual enlightenment within us?
Yeah, that's very good. So in our philosophy and our practice, we meditate daily. We do it by meditating on the names of God, chanting the names. We also do it by studying the scriptures. And especially we like to get up as early as we can. We try to go to bed early and use those morning hours that are so peaceful, so special, for really plugging into this spiritual side of life in terms of meditation, in terms of studying the scriptures, in terms of as I say, we do this practice of japa, which is the silent chanting or the quiet chanting of the holy names. There's so many spiritual practices in different cultures that we can follow. But to add that to your life in a serious way, in an attentive way, can make a tremendous change to our daily practice, our daily activities, as well as to our relationships. And we'll find there's a blossoming there. There's a connection there that was absent before. And it's so fulfilling. And it's available to all of us, men, women, old, young, healthy, unhealthy. It's available to all of us. It's just a matter of us being desirous to receive it.
Vishaka Devi, hello, it's Annie Kalari here. Thank you, Amrita. Such a fantastic questions. Even I'm learning so much from Vishaka Devi ji. But Vishaka Devi ji, I also wanted to find out, and one question that I had was vibrations. Because, we talk about success, we talk about harmony, we were talking about gender equality, etc. And you just mentioned about the japs that when we recite. What kind of vibrations can be emitted from these wonderful mantras? And secondly, how does that help to make a difference in our lives? Because everything's vibrations, as we say. Would you be able to perhaps share a little bit more about the deeper understanding of this?
That's really wonderful. We understand that God's name is something extraordinary because God can be present in his name. If it's spoken purely, if it's spoken without material motivation, spoken with attention, then actually we can experience God's presence by chanting his names in this way. So by this repetitive chanting, we actually cleanse our hearts, cleanse them of material desires, of lust, envy, greed, illusion, all these things that are keeping us covered from our relationship with a higher power. So we chant, of course, the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is the famous Maha mantra that we chant. There are many other chants, but this is our basic chant. And we find that it really helps us focus our minds and focus our attention on what's actually important. It helps us establish wonderful relationships with others, whether they are practicing or not practicing. We can actually see them and appreciate them as spiritual beings. So it's a beautiful practice. It's open, it's simple, and it's open to everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Because we sometimes talk about quantum physics. So when we look at science and spirituality, in science, they say there are many realities. And whatever we're focusing upon, wherever our intention is, so in this way, we're intending to connect to the spiritual energy, for example, then life leads you in that direction because there is a focus and all the energy, like thoughts and words are all energy. So is that correct? So for our viewers out there, whatever spiritual practice they're perhaps following, it's quite an important practice to include in our daily lives to help to set intentions to help us develop on the spiritual level, which perhaps helps us on all the different levels, as you mentioned, emotionally, mentally, physically, and materially, I would have thought. Would you be able to perhaps share your thoughts on that area?
Yes, definitely. I think once we have the importance of our spiritual identity fixed in our mind, then as you say, all these other areas will become much more conducive for our happiness because we'll have a final goal in our minds. And with that final goal, something that's actually lasting, then all these other things fall into place, the mental, the physical, the emotional, the intellectual. So it's a wonderful, wonderful route to explore and to develop in.
How can you tell when you're spiritually growing and evolving? Because I understand sometimes you become a little bit more peaceful, you may have more harmonious relationships with others. You know, it's like you can see little patterns emerging as you develop on a spiritual level. But are there any kinds of guidelines that you could share with our viewers about how they can kind of have signposting that, maybe I've grown a little bit further in my spiritual path? Are there any signposts?
Definitely. What I've noticed as I've been practicing over the years is that as things, throughout the day, we'll have ups and downs in terms of the results of our activities, in terms of the relationships, and I'm less and less affected by those ups and downs. In other words, there's a kind of evenness to the day because of the practice. You don't get pulled around emotionally, intellectually so much in terms of those things. So it's very helpful in that way. The mind becomes more steady. And ideally, if we do the practice with attention, we'll find there's less bitterness, there's less resentment, there's less envy. All these things subside gradually, less anger. In other words, we're finding something that's actually important in our lives. We're focusing on that. And these other things that come and go, they become less and less serious, let us say.
Absolutely. What a lovely explanation there, because I'm sure viewers out there, the resilience is really important. Sometimes living a balanced lifestyle is very important. I'm talking about also emotionally and mentally. Sometimes you can get very extra emotionally charged, which then you regret because you've made wrong decisions, or you've said the wrong things. But by having the spiritual practice helps you to become a bit more balanced. I would have thought you become more aware of the way you're behaving, what you're saying. So I think, and you become more present to every single day.
Yes, maybe I could read just one verse from the Bhagavad Gita. That'd be all right. This is from chapter 6, which is called Sankhya Yoga. And this is verse 5. It says, a person must elevate himself or herself by his own mind, not degrade herself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and her enemy as well. The mind is so important, and through the practice, we can control the mind and make it our friend. So it actually helps us throughout the day and throughout our lives.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also another saying in our spiritual scriptures which says that strength is not just about the physical strength. In the future, it'll be all about the mind. it's like whoever's got a strong mind will become the stronger person because they know exactly how to lead their life in a much more balanced manner, perhaps. Is that correct? It's somewhere in the scriptures?
Well, the mind is very important. We very much want to fix the mind on the Supreme, on God. Once the mind is fixed on God and we feel related to God, then everything that goes on in the material world becomes less and less significant. We find lust, greed, anger, all these things becoming subdued.
Yeah, I mean, people like Amrita and myself, for example, we're representing the women here in our global family at the Healing Our Earth. Are there any tips you could perhaps share on this International Women's Day on how women who are having to deal with so many things in their lives, from family to husbands and wives, kids, to even their in-laws, and then career, dealing with the real everyday issues as well, money matters, this, that, anything. They're having to deal with so many issues. Are there any perhaps tips and advice you could share with them to help them remain on the spiritual path, or even start on the spiritual path, or continue growing on a spiritual path?
Yeah, the practical tip that I like to share, it's simple, but it's difficult. And that is, try to go to bed just a little bit earlier than you usually do. And try to get up just a little bit earlier. And then if you can carve out 15, 20, half an hour to your morning, that you can just meditate, not be disturbed by your phone, not be by the computers, by all the things that are going on in life, balancing the checkbook. Just focus on some aspect of spiritual life, on some statement from the scriptures. And that way you can really start to have a plateau in your life where you don't sink down into these lower modes of nature, as we say, into the mode of passion and ignorance, and become distracted from the goal, which is actually a spiritual goal.
Wow, that's so beautiful. I'm going to do this because I've been one of those naughty people who's starting to sleep later and later and later and waking up a bit later. So I'm going to take that advice for myself, and I'm going to be a goody-goody from now on, from this International Women's Day. I have one final question, and I'll pass it on to Amrita again because I know that she's probably raring to go. So I just want to ask one question. I went to the Kumbh Mela, and I felt if 650 million people have visited this particular place, sacred land, same place, with the same intention, which is probably spiritual growth, I just wondered if we all recited the same prayer just before we did our sacred dip in the River Ganges, with real intention and real feeling, 650 million people praying the same prayer before doing this. Do you think we could have a bit of a shift in the consciousness levels of humanity on our planet? Do you think there could be something like that could be connected?
There's certainly tremendous potency in these prayers, for sure. But also I might mention that part of the Kumbh Mela means that so many saintly people are going there. Among the 650 million, you have real saints. And so if you can sit with them and hear from them, absorb some of their energy, some of their knowledge, spiritual knowledge, that you can take away with you also. So you can continue your practice and continue your focused intention and attention, both.
Absolutely. You've been amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to learn, I've learned lots just by talking to you in this short space of time. Thank you for sharing such wonderful pearls of wisdom with the rest of us.
Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Visakhaji. You always bring bountiful of energy and aura. And just before we let you go, could you tell us what tips would you like to give the men in the current society so they can treat women equally or respect women better? Any tips for men?
Yes, for sure. That actually a person who's growing on the spiritual path, and that should be everyone, every human being should be growing on the spiritual path. One of the first lessons is that you see all living entities as spiritual beings. Men, women, children, They're all spiritual beings, and not just humans. Everywhere there's life, there's a spirit soul. All life should be honored. And to not honor life is to not honor God, is to not honor the spiritual path. So if we don't want to do it because we are not enthusiastic about equality of genders, we can do it because we want to grow spiritually. And if growing spiritually means there's dignity to every living entity, we don't hurt any living entity unnecessarily. We don't hurt any living entity.
That's so wonderfully said. And Vishakaji, just before we let you go, I would like you to look at this flyer here for MBCC, where the host at the moment, the senior admin at Healing Our Earth, Dr. Amrita Sharma, is actually helping putting this up at the IIT Monday. It's a mind, brain, and consciousness, where the ISKCON people also take part. Isn't that right, Amrita?
Yes, I think a
Yes.
there, Brahma Tirtha, something like that.
Yes.
Wonderful. It looks beautiful. Beautiful place, beautiful event place.
And the theme is so beautiful. It actually covers so many sectors and it's so nice. So Amrita, do keep in touch with Vishakha ji for this as well and to other people. It is with the IIT institution, which are one of the best institutions of India. Vishakha Devi Dasi from Bhaktivedanta Manor in Watford. We are so proud that you grace us regularly over here at Healing Our Earth. Thank you for sharing your energy and aura.
Thank you for including me. I'm just honored to be with you.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So isn't it wonderful, honey? We enjoyed and now we're still going to enjoy because we go to Smita, the bubbly, smiley, gorgeous Smita, who is not just a yogi and an author. In real life, in person, she loves anchoring big events and she loves the crowd. Amrita, give a mini intro to Smita and let's chit chat with her what she thinks about gender inequality. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Smita is an entrepreneur. She is a coach. She is an author as well as a yogi. And in her journey of life, as she has moved with these professional skills, I would like to know more from her how this wellness sector in field of empowering herself has empowered her in her own personal journey of life. Global Namaste.
Oh, yes, Smita is, Smita, sorry, yes, we made you a co-host now. You can unmute and mute yourself. Sorry.
Smita, I can see wonderful crystals
Smita,
next
it's
to
Smita,
you.
It's Smita. Smita, just unmute yourself. Smita, just before you speak, I want to welcome Joanne from SunHub. Because the time has changed, America and Canada has actually changed by 1 hour. So Joanne, stay around. We will come to you a bit later. Okay, but thank you for being here. This morning, the time actually changed. And Maureen, yes, Maureen knows about it. 1 hour has been changed for a while. So Joanne, we do notice that you are here, but we will be talking to you. And Smita, how are you? And a global namaste to you.
Global namaste. Can you hear me well?
Very loud
Yes,
and clear.
very well.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, Neil Kumarji. That's so kind of you. And lovely to see Honey. I haven't seen you in a long time. And thank you, Amritaji, for bringing me in. So my background, Neil Kumarji, is very much a corporate background. Let me just give you a little bit of an introduction. I think I did share this with you, Amrita, maybe it wasn't in time. So apart from being an award-winning author, certified yoga teacher, and a catalyst for transformation, I've actually written a trilogy called Karma and Diamonds, and it's inspired by real events from my own life. And it's a real gripping journey of self-discovery across continents and lifetimes. And it's a story that follows a young woman, namely me, but it may as well be you because of the way that it's been written. It's actually your story as much as it is mine. Navigating life's challenges, transforming her painful past, that is the karma, and turning it into her treasure, that is the diamonds part of the karma. And the diamonds, of course, diamonds has other connotations, because at the heart of the trilogy is the exploration of the power of listening to one's inner voice. And I call that inner voice your inner diamond, because it's your true treasure. And in my own life, I've used it to create a future that is free from the past. But really, 25 years of my life have gone into my corporate career, where I've worked with C-suite leaders of industry, i.e. CEOs. I mean, I've been in hardcore corporate environments, working in male-dominated scenarios among some of the brightest corporate brains across the globe. And so when we talk about, parity, equality, etc., I have a firsthand, from a very young age, sort of experience of living, breathing, dealing with that world. So I've worked with CEOs, global leaders of industry, and my role has been largely amongst the management, etc., winning and delivering large-scale multi-million-dollar contracts. And the largest that I won amongst a consortium, because it was so huge, was a $1 billion deal. And it's to date probably the second largest that's ever been won in the IT space. And I was one of the pioneers in bringing the Indian IT industry, when it was revolutionary to even consider bringing India into, doing work with India in the 90s onwards. So I was one of the very, very first small team of people alongside of TCS, which is, some of you will know, Tata Consulting Services. There was a very tiny little organization which I belonged to, and we were a bunch of entrepreneurs bringing the Indian IT industry into the core operations of UK and European financial institutions and other large organizations, which meant really reshaping the paradigm of how IT is done, but how India is perceived. It was not perceived anywhere near how we see it in the world today. They thought at the time everybody worked in sweatshops, and so we had to shape an entirely new paradigm. And there was no precedent for bringing technology from India outside, nor selling India in that way. As a TV presenter and the creator, I've interviewed as part of my self-discovery channel on YouTube, which I really invite you guys to tune into. I've interviewed politicians, entrepreneurs, and spiritual global masters such as Sadhguru, Jaggi Vasudev, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, Chidanand Saraswati Swami, Sadhviji, many other people that you'll recognize. And Sister Jayanti, in fact, I did a big in-house event with Sister Jayanti at the Nehru Center just earlier. No, in fact, it was last year now. And we talked about the power of your inner voice. I've also interviewed Sister Shivani. So I also make my own content on self-discovery, personal development, emotional intelligence, and spiritual growth. And I have an extensive collection of guided meditations that I've created for all levels of meditator, and that also go with some of them attached to my books. So, you can see some of them on Insight Timer, Spotify, and Apple. So it's a little bit of background to me. So I'm not just a yogi and author, and all these things are the things that I have done in my life to keep my sanity while working in my corporate life.
You can see on the screen Karma and Diamonds trilogy. You've written many books, which is here. So if you want to see what Smita Joshi writes and everything, just go to smitajoshi.com, and it's quite exciting. And there it is, diamond, your inner diamond, discover your inner diamond. And this is Karma and Diamond. So you'll be able to see that. Very exciting. Just go and open that, and you will actually enjoy that. Smita, tell me one thing. Did you find, as you grew and you started writing, and because you meet a lot of people and you're almost entrepreneurial there in your skill set, was there a resistance from a man? Did they find you intimidating? If they did, how did you tackle that?
Yes, I mean, so how it goes is, for as a woman, it's a little bit easier today in the corporate environment, I must say, because there are so many initiatives and this, I mean, the larger the corporate, the more you're likely to have parity at many, many levels. But back in the day when I was a young, young entrepreneur coming in, and really it was very entrepreneurial because my role has always been to break ground where there has been no precedent, and that's been my skill, that's been my strength, and why companies hire me to create success where they've had difficulty. And this is something that I found. Now, being intimidating, do people find you intimidating? Yeah, sure. I mean, it happens, but we need to. It's really about people skills. The more people skills we can have, the more we can connect with the commonality. So just as much as men need to understand, the female sort of functioning, how we do tend to be different. We are a little bit biologically different. We have, a certain constitution that is not the same as a man's. We have to accept that. And same way, we need to understand how to speak into the man's world. And when we can learn to do that, life becomes a lot easier. So rather than me expecting them to treat me a certain way, I became very adept at speaking into the listening, as we call it, in psychology, speaking into the environment and the mindset that I was working in. So, for example, if I were to go into a bank, talk to a CEO, I would really need to know his world, and so that's the most important thing, is that what is important to the person you're speaking to? How can you make a difference to them? And how are you going to be effective in the few minutes you get in front of people to really impact and to find a common ground in which you can both benefit? So those are really powerful skills that we as women and men have to learn in the business world. So I have to say, I've found the higher we go in business or in any area of life, the men have as much of the challenge as women do, in the sense that it's competitive. Everybody is vying for those very few roles. And so men react in one way, women react in maybe a similar way, but sometimes in a very different way. And we just need to allow for that to be so. I mean, for men to expect women to be like men is unreasonable. I tried it, and I can assure you, within a few years, I came to, at the age of 20, ripe age of 25, I decided I had to be feminine. I had to be myself, and I was going to succeed on my own terms. So I think that's really important, to be who you are authentically. And if you can bring that into the fold, the confidence speaks volumes, and it surpasses any other barrier that gets in the way. So very quickly, I think for women, one of the things we have to, as men have to do it in their own way, but women also, if you're an attractive woman, if you're bright, if you're powerful, if you are, you're standing in your power, you're assertive. Yes, it can be threatening, but we have to find a way very quickly within the first few seconds, to not have that be an issue. And that comes from how we carry ourselves and communicate with people.
So Smita, you've enjoyed your journey with women, with men. There is no resistance you are feeling. Honey, you also mentioned that as you started long number of years back with dancing and everything, it was mainly men's world. Most of the actors were more vociferous, although the female were there. You experienced same thing as Smita. You didn't have to fight too much with men and at every step. So do you, both of you, this goes to Smita, Amrita, and Honey, do you feel that the society, the world is changing, or do you feel that in the Asian diaspora is different to the mainstream? Honey, you go first.
Thank you. Neil, what a really great question this is. Yes, I found, because I believe you create your own reality. That's one of the values I work with. So I believe that, if you want to have a more harmonious life with everybody that you work with, you yourself have to work on yourself to create that more, flexible and more harmonious life. So all my life, I have worked on personal development. And as I believe Smita has also shared, which I think is very true, when you work with people, you find commonalities, you find ways that you can work and communicate so both parties can end up achieving the results that they're trying to achieve. So if that means staging a great show, a great concert, you have to sit within the group and discuss. When I did the judging for Bollywood Star on Channel 4, there were 4 judges, and all of us had to have different, points of view when we are looking at judging the participants. Backstage, everybody was like, fighting. No, I think this one. No, I think it's la la la. But when we went back, we had to find a way of how do we work very smoothly and look like one team and discuss. So all I'm trying to say is, when we are doing any kinds of projects, we have to find the commonalities, as Smita mentioned. And I think personally, you yourself have to work on yourself. I have heard of people saying, oh, they should change, they should do this, they should do that. And I say to everybody, yes, but how can you change yourself to ensure that you move to that results? For example, myself, I'm a very soft person. I speak very, I look very passive when I'm discussing things. Yet I sign multi-million-dollar deals in the background with other projects that I work on. And I'm working with men here, all men that I work with. But it's such two parties are like a buyer and a seller. They're so tough with each other as like a business. And there is me who brings in the softness between the two parties. And suddenly the deal gets done. Otherwise, if those two are working together,
So, honey, you are a deal maker, that means. And what your motto is, be the change you want to be the change in others. So that's beautiful.
You have to, yes. That's a really great,
And Smita pointed that out as well, that maybe we change our aura and energy and get our work done. Shortly we are going to go to an entrepreneurial woman, Jaya, as well, who is an entrepreneurial a skill set of a personality. And she will also see how she deals with the men's world. Amrita, you are there in India, in Jalandhar. Do you encounter inequality there, or do you feel it's changing while you are in India there? This Honey and Smita are presently in London. You are in India. What do you feel about equality?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. And apologies, Smita. I think I missed out a very big out of you. And thanks for adding up all that. When Seema ji and Hani ji were talking about their perspectives and their missions, like Hani ji told about her journey of Kumbh Mela, how it had been. It was a very different perspective compared to the issues that Seema ji raised at that time. And I, living in India and being a professional person, I find there are 2 different corners of the society. One is the outdoors and the other is the indoors. And many things have been improved in the Asiatic society in terms of empowerment. There's a lot of awareness, people talk about it. And it's not just about the women knowing about something, it's about the family understanding the real values, the human values, because that's what has to be changed in the trend of understanding. Being a health professional and a doctor, when you see a lot of patients and women, yet there is a lot of things that has to be changed. And also on the terms of the domestic violence that takes place, the education of the girl child, a lot of things have to be done which are yet done. But yes, there are certain things that have changed, but the doors are pretty far off yet to be found as an ultimate destination for a woman to say, yes, this is my world and I can live freely. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Wow, beautiful. Smita, we come back to you. You've written books.
Yeah,
Which is your favorite? Which is your favorite book that you have written? The one that you love most, the one that you even read now?
Oh gosh, you catch me now. I have so many favorites. One of them was a very, very easy to read book that totally made a massive difference to me in my beginning when I was starting to question who am I. And I had a lot of questions in terms of my past. I had, quite a challenging childhood. And, when I started to really go to dwell into kind of why was I feeling this? Why wasn't I able to connect with people? Yeah, want to be with people so much. And there were all these questions I had. I had nowhere to turn and I had no guides. I was literally, I found myself having to mentor myself. And I asked the question that I literally turned internally in meditation. I'd seen my dad meditate all my life. So that was what I did. And immediately I found almost very quickly, I started to get some answers and synchronicities started to arise. And this is what my books are really about, learning to listen to the inner voice of Atman, the higher self, higher consciousness. There was this one book that a friend actually almost literally thrust into my arms and she said, here, read this. This is really going to transform your life. It's a little known book called Spiritual Growth by a lady called Sanaya Roman, who sadly passed away over COVID. But it's about, she channels this being called Oren, okay? And it's a being of light. And I learned so many simple truths about how to connect to that voice, how to cut away the noise, how to distinguish the noise of the mind, the negative stuff, the inner critic, and so on. And I really found it in this one book. Even today, I would say if I went back to it, I would just think it was just every word pure gem, simple, very simple, and yet incredibly impactful. So Spiritual Growth by a lady called Sanaya Roman. And it's one of those books that you can read anytime, open on any page, get inspiration, regardless of where you are on your spiritual journey. It will take you to your next, it will give you insight for your next level.
Song. Smita, thank you very much. If you want to know more about Smita and what she does, just go to smitajoshi.com and you will see so much exciting secrets that you can unravel over there. Smita, stay around. We are actually going to go to the different part of the Atlantic now, where we are going to invite our Sharon Rose, our American correspondent and senior anchor in America. A global namaste to you. Sharon, how are you there in Colorado?
Global namaste, Neil, and everyone. And I'm so pleased to see Honey here today.
And Honey has got
such a bright light.
And Sharon, Honey has got a story, and she might show she will show a bigger role of a movie on the 5th celebration of Healing Our Earth. She'll talk a bit about it here as well today. So Sharon, I've explained to Joanne, who has been here because the time changed, but she has been nice. She has been here. Let's go, Amrita. Let's go and invite Jaya Sanjanani. She has been making storms world over now. She appears in many awards and many talks as well, and she's an entrepreneur as well. So please introduce Jaya and let's talk to her about gender inequality and women empowerment. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Global namaste to you, Jaya. A very warm welcome for this episode. Your journey in life as a professional and as a personal has been in many ifs and buts and ups and downs. And in that phase of life, there are a lot of things that you would like to add up into. So what all light would you like to share with us today before I say something?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amrita. That's wonderful. I know it's International Women's Day been yesterday, and everyone is going to talk about and are talking about women and how women needs to make the space in the world and everything. But what surprised me that why we run that one day where we appreciate women. my life journey was a bit difficult because I come from conservative family from India, small village, where once the girl started their menstrual cycle, they had to get married and come out from the education place, which is very weird because if it would be a boy, then you would encourage more to study and further. My family is very big, 4 sisters and 2 brothers, a long, big family, where evidently I noticed in community where girls been discriminated to the boys purely because of the education level, because of the how society norms been said that girls meant to be within the 4 walls and doing the cooking, cleaning, and that's where the whole life is. The aim for the girls at that point of time was mentioned that it's just reproduction. But what is forgotten is the man cannot exist without woman, and that is the truth of the life. When we talk about the equality, yes, many of us women have taken a male-dominated world, including myself. I started my journey where I finished my master's in UK. I had to migrate from India to London because that was the only escape I could find that to survive as a girl in this society where I have to run away from the house, not literally run away, but yes, came out to study further. What made me surprised is that time when I came to UK, of course, studied and everything is it's education, MBA finished. Find a good corporate world where I was working in City Hall. After that, once I got married, even though staying in UK, got married to Asian guy, where the society norms again kicked in and said that, well, you have a child, that's your responsibility. And it's unspoken words that nourishment or upbringing, anything comes, comes from a woman. And that is so shocking to me at that point of time because I did not abide to the rules where I was in India and I had to follow the society norms and I had to do it same thing repeated in UK where I got married and had a child where I had to leave my career. At that time, while I was dropping and picking up my daughter in the school, realized that there are so many moms are going through the same life cycle. They've been complaining they had to leave their corporate world as well. And I had a two choice. I could be part of that gossip group and crying and saying, oh yeah, this is happening to me, blah, blah, blah. Or I could take action and say that, you know what, this is an opportunity. These 10 girls, that 10 women who have left the corporate world to just taking care of the dropping and picking up school from a child, then I could start something. I spoke to these 10 women and I said, hey, if you promise me that you're going to go back to your corporate world, I'm here to help you. I can start the school bus service, which can safely door to door pick your child up and drop it back. So, very safe, reliable, and cost effective service. And that was my first entrepreneur journey where I took something in my hand and I thought, you know what? It's okay. If my career is about to end, I'm not going to die without trying. And then I started with a one second-hand minibus. I bought it, studied, did all the programs because there's a legislation law. You cannot just here start a school bus service and have a minibus coaches public service transport business. So I did all this thing. Long story in short, what I'm trying to say, we women, to make our place in that table, we had to go through lots of struggle. And in this whole race, what we forget is we are still feminist. And the table need two different dominant figure, male and feminist. So what we have done is taken out all the feminist out from our characteristic and become a male very dominated, very strong, and the ruthless person to living in cutthroat competition, which is not fair. Because end of the day, we being a female is a proud, because that nourishment, that nurture characteristic is what a world need at this point of time too. So how we can make the world accepting us as who we are rather than changing and wearing that jeans and the pants and the having the hat of ruthlessness and then doing our business or work or even any transaction in the society. So after this journey of the business, which is now 15, 20 years, I've been 23 years in UK. There is a point where you come, I have a different other businesses. I have import-export business now and property where we buy the rundown property and then replace it with the brand new property and sell it off. Other than this, what I have started 2 years ago when the COVID hit, and that time the first thing came in my mind is this only life we are living? That our job is to just earn money to survive? No. I had some time to go through in my deep consciousness to find out what is still triggering me and how can I make a difference. And that's where you can see in my background GTS, which is a Global Talent Solution, which is a non-profit organization I started and it's born. The mission for non-profit organization is to create a scholarship for orphan girls in education. And why girls in education? I'm a feminist figure. I have come across lots of barriers in my life where education was not supported, and especially when it comes to the money. We girls always have a problem with every step of the life because
Jaya, while you are talking, your website is live, beaming on the YouTube, Facebook. It's quite exciting. So if you want to go and see this, it's very simple. Global Talent Solution Hub.com.
Yeah. We do lots of programs. We are affiliated with the programs in UK. We work with the Brent Council, Ealing Council, University of West London, Bath University, Bangor Universities, and LSE. We are also working in USA in agreement with the University of the Wesleyan, Virginia. We are working with the Ohio University, City University of New York, and we are creating scholarship for the student. We provide the student program. What we're trying to do, we are creating a world where in education, there is no borders. So like me, Ajaya, sitting in somewhere in India or in Asian countries where she wants to, or even abroad, she wants to study somewhere different country. They don't need to make a financial commitment to go out of their comfort zone and then study there. We are bringing that classroom back to that university. So we are connecting university and colleges where we put global education in their curriculum. So we do 3 times in a year free of charge seminars in the girls' school in India, where we go and empower girls and give them the counseling free of charge options. What are the options they have available and how they can apply through scholarship and financial aid where they can reduce their financial costing. And we are talking to the universities and colleges and schools in India where they can encourage global education and do collaboratively start up some programs or even after school clubs where students don't need to worry about that if in the future, 10 years down the line, if they are going to the serve wearing the economic hat where they have to earn the business or earn the earning, their client will be all over the place. AI is kicked in. Now, I'm sitting here in California. I live in London, but I do seminar in India. That's the world we are living in. So we need to know culture of the different countries, the accent, their norms, their how they perceive the things, and that's we have to cultivate at the younger age and the youth of India. And that's what our mission is. Thank you, Amrita, for giving me that time.
It's beautiful, Jaya, for what you've just described. I love the fact that you say, because now, because of technology, one doesn't have to be physically present in different continents. So what Amrita will do, when you share your number, You will be connected to Mauritius, to Gayeetree. And so you can have a contact in Mauritius, to Mina in East Africa, to Seema in Hong Kong, to Amrita, who actually deals with people. So she takes people, local people of the villages, and gives them encouragement to produce their own products. And she is part of that as well. So Amrita, who is your senior anchor, who you will be in touch with, and we can expand your global talent hub even bigger and better.
Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you, Amrita.
So Jaya, what we will do, we'll be in touch. Sharon is there in Colorado. So any in state of Colorado, if you haven't got contact, Sharon is there. Then Danada, who is not here at the moment, she's in Dallas, Texas. Then Nita, who is not here, she's in Oregon. Hitendra, who is not here, who is in North Carolina. Wherever in the world you need a contact, you can be put through in touch at Healing Our Earth. We are a non-profit, simple, for love, unity, and harmony community channel that unites people. Off the behind the back, we can have a monetizing project that you can discuss with different people. So Jaya, you've done very well, because if you look at the hub.com, it provides so many services, you've got so many partners, and it's not as if that you were born in UK. You've only been here, I believe, what is it, 25 years?
23 years only, yeah.
So you've done so wonderfully well. So Jaya, keep in touch with Amrita, Sharon, Honey. I mean, there will be a lot of, there are more than 7,000 people on Healing Our Earth, but you will be put in touch with the appropriate people. Sure. And let's expand, let's unite, let's, like you said, let's educate. Let's bring on more. And you mentioned projects. So Seema will be very useful. She's in charge of Project Pavitra, which is for sanitation and menstrual cycle for the girls and women.
Yeah.
And part of Art Living and IHV, and she's part of Healing Our Earth. So that'll be beautiful.
Yeah.
Amrita,
So we are also going in July, Africa, Kenya, where with the Kenyan government, GTS is able to create the entrepreneur hub there to empower the women. They have lots of local talent, but they don't know how to bring it that global. And that's where we're going to invest that some sponsorship funding, where we can create the hub, and those women who have the talent, they can bring their business to the global as well.
So I will set up a group with you with Seema, Vasanti, Shubha. Amrita, if you could make a note of that. And that's specifically for Kenya. And Meena, who is there, who is very prominent there, Meena Khagram. She is the coordinator for East Africa. And maybe if you want to include Uganda or Tanzania, then Sanjay can come in. So behind the back, we'll set up a group for you. You can chit-chat with them and just flourish. And
thank you.
Bring on more women empowerment. Before we let you go, because we're going to go to Jaibing, a very big personality, Sharon is going to bring you on board. So Sharon, when you're ready, we'll come to you. And what do you feel men can learn so that we can ease this gender inequality narrower? What tips would you give, man?
The very important tips, which I always tell even my brothers or even my husband, any male personality I come across, is accept female as it is. And understand that you may have a daily lunar cycle, but we have the monthly cycle where our hormones goes ups and downs, and we try our best to emotional intelligent to adopt it and take the decision making. And this is our personality, where we work through our intuition and heart and the emotions and make this as a strength. So you don't need to just accept because we are earning money or we are not earning money and doing the work. Accept how we are. And once, not just the women, but anybody, once we start accepting the person's, the strength and the weaknesses as it is, focus on the strengths and support us to improve our strength rather than helping us to eliminate our weakness. Because we love
Jaya.
our weakness, what it is.
Jaya, very simple. Jaya says, just accept us the way we are, and we will embrace you the way you are. And together in a harmony, we bring the best of each other. Jaya, very well said. Stay around. Let's go to an award-winning personality, a wonderful soul that Sharon has brought over here. Sharon, introduce Jaibing to us and tell us more, and maybe we can get her wisdom onto this women empowerment episode. Over to you,
I'm so
Sharon.
delighted to bring my dear friend and collaborator. I'm so honored, Jaibing Chen, to the show today. She has a very extensive bio, but I'll just give you a little taste. Jaibing Chen has been hailed as one of the foremost Erhu virtuosos in the world. Her world renown is based on her mastery of the classical Chinese repertory for the Erhu and for her award-winning contemporary innovations using the two-stringed instrument. Her incredible musicality and interpretive skills have resulted in overwhelming international acclaim as a solo interpreter of her instrument. Beyond that, with Chinese, American, and European orchestras, she was the first to bring the Erhu into the symphonic concert hall, performing as a featured soloist. Her playing brought a new sound and excitement to classical music audiences. Perhaps most compelling are her achievements as a cross-cultural performer. Chen has virtually reinvented the Erhu for the 21st century, performing in partnership with some of the most notable jazz and world music artists of our time. Her artistry has made her the most recorded Erhu artist in the world, with over 20 CD titles available internationally. In addition to her classical repertory, her work received a Grammy nomination for Best World Music Album for her jazz improvisations with Bela Fleck and Vishwa Bhatt. It's such a delight to bring you. For the audience, you know, I've mentioned Jaibing many times because we're working together, not only this beautiful musical piece called The Tao that's in Quantum Chi, but also all the musical for the Goddesses project I'm working on, in which I even have her playing. You wait till you hear her play on Lakshmi and Sri Suktam. You will just, the Erhu is the most evocative, to me, instrument I've ever heard. It cries. It is so beautiful. So welcome, Jaibing.
Thank you. Thank you inviting me for this program.
Yeah. So I think we'll start with showing, I have a little short video about Jaibing. She just won another award. So we'll start there and then we'll talk a bit. So I will share this with you. Oh no, it won't share. Let me try another way. Okay. Share, stop. Okay. Let's try a different way. I don't know why this is happening. Screens. No.
Okay, no worry. Let's keep on talking, and when it's ready, Sharon, it can kick in.
Okay.
So, Jaibing, welcome.
Can you
We've heard
stop
lots
the share?
about
For
you.
some reason, it won't let me stop the share. So I can try a different way if I can.
I'm going to force you out. So there you are. You're forced out. Don't worry.
Okay, here we go. No,
Good.
Okay, try once more. Okay. Computer, where is it? Huh. It's not a video file. Okay, how about a screen? No. Okay.
Don't worry. We can keep on talking till it kicks in.
Okay,
It's
let's
fine.
keep on talking. I don't know what's going on. So Jaibing has an amazing story. She, you know, I've been really wanting to make a documentary about her life because it's so, we all know as women, well, just as human beings, there are times that we face lots of challenges. And, you know, we grow up in situations that we have to really do interesting find ways to really nurture our talents and our abilities. And so tell us a little about your upbringing, and it's so fascinating how you managed to really survive and learn and thrive as an artist.
Sure. I try to really, long story, be very short, okay? So I grew up during the Cultural Revolution in China. So I was very little, and since my father was a history professor, so our family had big trouble that time. They basically, we was like a blacklist, right? So I have 4 sisters, 1 brother. I'm actually the youngest. So since our family had a really bad situation, the government not allow all my sisters go to school. So basically stopped, no school. So, my father thought, since we cannot go to school, I have to stay home, learn something. That was the only reason we started music. So of course we were very poor. My parents both couldn't go work. So in fact, to learn instrument, you have to buy instrument. So, but because we were so poor, we couldn't, buy anything that time. So my father actually cut our home that only we have for like a dining table. He cut all those legs, all kind of wood. He trying to make all kind of Chinese instrument to give us, each of us, to learn different Chinese instruments. So basically at that time, he gave me erhu, which for that time I was very little. So erhu is kind of small. He thought that instrument for me is perfect. So then I started to learn when I was 4 or 5 years old, until when I was 9 years old in China. That time is a little bit open for professional musician. So in fact, I choose by Chinese Navy entertaining group, which is also a group for musician, dancer, all kind of artists, to join the Navy professional entertaining art group. As actually I was 9 years old that time. So I spent a professional musician in Navy for 13 years. So when I was 22 years old, I already retired from Chinese Navy. I went back home. Actually, I came from Shanghai. And at that time, in the 80s, China is already, finished the Cultural Revolution. Everybody trying to go university, go back to school. So after that, actually, I went to Shanghai Conservatory Music School after my career, from Navy for 13 years. So I always consider I'm the lucky one, because the situation, I forced to go to something not very normal for the situation we have. So I become a musician, and because all those situation happen, and make me think I really can do anything, nothing impossible. So because we just talk about the recording session I did with Sharon, it for me is really, really incredible experience. I'd like to share and talk about that a little bit. So
okay. So I do have this video. I translated it so it'll show. So I want to show this video first, and then we'll talk about our work together. So we'll try this again. Okay, share. Here we go.
After winning the first place award in China National Art Competition, I left China in 1989 to America to pursue a master's degree in music. I wanted to elevate the erhu to become a recognizable solo instrument at par with the Western violin. I want the world to see and hear the unique vocal expressions of this instrument and its versatility to incorporate with other Western style of music, such as jazz, New World, and even American bluegrass, country style music.
Why doesn't it let me? Let's see if I can do it this way. It won't let me stop the share. Very strange. Hey, Neil, can you stop the share?
Stop for now, I think.
Okay, I just see you tiny, but while we're at it, I might as well show one more thing. I don't know why it's doing this. I wanted to show a little bit of how we work together. Hopefully it will show this one. Nope, it's not going to do it. I don't know why it's doing this, but
okay, Sharon, no need to share screen. Let's just chit chat because it's blocking
yes,
the
we will,
screen
because
at
I
my
don't know
end.
we have to work this out why Vimeo is not letting me do this. But
Yeah, if you stop
anyway,
screen share, please, and don't share because it's blocking my screen.
yeah, mine is, that's what's going on with me. It won't
Okay,
let me
please don't share till we sort out, and I'll show you how to
Okay,
screen
so
share
we'll keep
later.
talking. So what I want to tell you is that, you know, many of you know I'm working on this big music project for the Divine Feminine, Nectar of Bliss. And I was working on writing a song for Guanyin, the Chinese Taoist Buddhist goddess of compassion, she who hears the cries of the world. And it was clear to me that I really wanted erhu. And so I asked one of my friends, Charlene and Alex, because he plays erhu. And I said, oh, Alex, he goes, no, you have to have Bing. She's my teacher. And that's how we began. And we work in this very interesting way. Michael Verdick, who is Grammy Award winning sound engineer, producer extraordinaire, who's worked on many movies and worked with big groups, Madonna and the Eagles and all these things, came up, I've been working with for many years on this project. He found this application called Session Wire. And with it, we're able to be virtually together. I'm in his studio. So he and I can see each other. I can see every track. I can hear every track. And then also we can be virtually in the recording studio somewhere else. So when this Dao piece that's part of Quantum Chi, our dear Amalia Wai-Ching, who's very much a part of Healing Our Earth, we recorded her. She was in Malaysia, and I was here in Crestone, and Michael was outside of LA. So then Bing is in San Francisco. So Michael really invented this hard drive with his editing program, recording program on it. And he sent it to Bing with a microphone. And so we're able to record with her, and interact with her in real time, virtually. And it's been an amazing experience, just amazing experience. We ask her generally, I'll give her the basic, like the raga, like the Dao piece is in the rag Bhopali, right? And so then I'll give her the outlines of everything, and then she improvises, which is exquisite, on 2 different instruments actually, and then we weave it together, Michael and I. So it's been this really exciting way of working. And I also want you to know that she's really wonderful with Indian music. You know, tell us about your experiences with some of the Indian musicians.
Yeah, I've fortunately, very beginning, I met Vishwa Bhatt and Dr. Subramanian. I think they are pretty well known in India, even in America. So that's why I said I'm lucky one, always meet this fantastic musician. So we started play together in the 90s. And also I went to India to play erhu with them. That was big news because that was the first Chinese musician, play Chinese instrument, went to India. So we're actually touring everywhere. I always tell people I have a fantastic experience touring in India with Indian musician. Very
We
good.
always talk about, Jae-bing and I always talk about how music and dance and art transcends politics.
Yeah.
And all the work that we do is really to show the beauty of all the cultures.
Yes.
And how much we have in common. And that's what we do on the show. I'd like to bring in Joan now, because I know Joan will want to say hi to you, Joan Chow. So could you bring in Joan? I'm working with Joan on some projects to make the world a better place.
Hi, Joan.
Hi, Jae-bing. It's so nice to meet you finally.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here. Hi, Maureen.
Joan, I'm wondering if you want to ask Jae-bing any questions.
This is so beautiful, Jae-bing. What your life you were talking about, and especially while as a Navy, well, how did you find in the Navy? How did you find being a female entertainer compared with male entertainers? Did you see any equality issues from such in terms of opportunities what presented to you at that time?
So first of all, I was very little, right? Very young. I don't believe all those things. And even some people tell me, you are the girl, you're supposed to do that. You cannot do that. So to me, I don't care because I can join the Navy when I was 9 years old. So what I can care about, right? So I was very proud of myself. And since I was very little, I didn't think I think too much. I just always want to be number one. Always, that's my, always want to be number one. I can, such a young age, become professional musician, even in Navy. I still remember I was so proud of myself. People now, if I tell the story, usually people will say, oh, poor thing. You are so young, you left home. But, we from China at that time, that was the best thing to do, best place to go. Actually, I have to mention that because since I went to Navy, my family from black become red. You know, right? What is red mean? What is so? I don't think anything different, man to woman. I still do. And I came to America in the 80s after school by myself. I didn't have a friend, no family, no money, only $30 in my pocket. So I'm survived. And I'm very happy, actually. Yeah.
She has a very beautiful life. I'm really
Very positive view.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
know
always think I'm very lucky, actually. You know, you think about it in that situation, I am very lucky, right?
Yes. At that time, Cultural Revolution, you know, like we were very young, and so to me, what I had learned at that time was 妇女能顶半边天.
Oh, yeah.
So we were kind of encouraged as what meant is female woman can hold half of the sky. That was what we were, you know, taught. And so we were, you know, like, there's no kind of a differences between, you know, like how men and women were brought up, except at the time in the country, still boys have a more, you know, like more privileges than girls. That, but in the city, is more of less. It's quite equal as far as I thought about it.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Yeah, I literally never think about the different. Woman can do a lot of things. A wife, mother, musician, you know, everything. Do the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to bring Lotta in. She really wants to ask a question and speak. So, Lotta, are you with us? Oh, here she is. Global Namaste, Lotta.
Global Namaste, everyone, especially on this beautiful celebration of International Women's Day. It's such a wonderful feeling, you know, to be connected on this day as females. And what my admiration goes out to you, Jibing. I love your story. How you were very poor when you were little in your family. I just want to know what gave you the confidence to rise so high, because, you know, it's not easy. Was it your parents? Was it yourself? What was it that inspired you to learn these musical instruments? Who was your mentor? Who was, you know, behind it all?
Very good question.
Yeah.
So the confidence built, first of all, I have to say my parents was always taught us, doesn't matter, because my sister, my brother, when my father gave us all, you know, self-made instrument, is really bad quality of the instrument. Because my father is really didn't know how to make, you know, build the instrument. So we was complaining. We said, oh, we couldn't play good because the instrument not good. So my father said, no, if you are really good, doesn't matter. So I always remember, even today, remember that my parents trying to tell us, if you're good, doesn't matter how poor you are, how bad situation you are, you always can be number one. So I still remember now. So when I went to Navy, I was very young, and the people surround me, they are much older than me, and especially female soldier, usually their family is like parents all in the military. Anyways, that time female is not, if you're not special, you can't get in military, right? So the female around me, they are all very good family, which is we call red family. So I just have to tell myself, I have to be number one. I mean, I have to play the music, have to be number one. Otherwise, nobody can recognize me, because that's the only thing I can show people I'm good, because my family not good. I mean, Black, you never can change that. So I have to be good. I have to be number one. Nobody say, oh, you are not good musician. I want everybody at least to recognize me. I'm good. I'm only 9 years old. I work as same hour every day. Performance is same as you. Wow. So that, I think that's why I really not scared anything to go to trying to new music, play new music. Came to America by myself, no background. So I just think I can do it.
Wow. And Jabing, we are sharing
Yes.
your website. It's so exciting. We can see it here. It's so wonderful. I mean, you are indeed a virtuoso. You know, you can just see, look at that. There you are,
Thank
Sharon.
you.
Isn't it wonderful?
Thank you.
For those people who are wanting to know more about Jabing, she is an award-winning personality. And as she says, she was never fearful. She just fought her way up all the way. And look at that. There is so much exciting to visit her website, which is as her name, jabingchan.com. And it's so beautiful. And Joanne, I like you posed the correct question, because today is Women Empowerment Day. It's International Women's Day. And it's nice to know from different nationalities how they feel the men have either behaved before and now, and through the journey, how we have grown together. So Sharon, wonderful for bringing two different personalities, bringing different perspective of how men can actually help so that we break this gender inequality, Sharon.
Well, it's fascinating when you think, because if you look into the history of China, you know, there's the emperors and the concubines and all these things. And then the Communist Party actually brought in more equality between male and female. So it's an interesting insight. You know, a lot of people say a lot of things, but it's very interesting to look at it that way. And I don't know.
Sharon, you got very good affinity to the Indian culture in India, and your Sitara Devi, who was your guru. When you were in India, and that's more than 50 years back or so, did you encounter, because you were a Western girl going into an Eastern society, did you notice any gender bias then?
Of course I did. You know, this was like 83 to 88. And well, you know, when I was around Guruji, she was such a force, Shakti, that nobody would mess with her. In fact, we would go to concerts like Balayat Khan, and he would they'd usher us into the first row, and they'd stop the concert and ask for her blessing. but on the street and in the world. Also, I was, in my early 30s, I was very attractive. I was a dancer. And then I would meet all kinds of political people, all kinds of arts people, and generally the men, as you can imagine, what they wanted from me. And like they'd say to me things like, "Oh, you're living with Sitara Devi? Ah, she's teaching you Kathak. What else is she teaching you?" Because she had this like reputation for being very sensuous. So, but I remember it was a time where they were talking about Eve teasing, right? And I just remember, when I go in India, I dressed in saris most of the time. But I remember in Delhi, walking down the street and guys coming up and like grabbing my breast and running away. So, when I was with some of the high, even I think the Minister of Culture, he was like chasing me around the room. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I had to deal with. Not everybody. I had some wonderful, this man, Jivan Pani, who was kind of the director of the Kathak Kendra. He was exquisite man. We had the most wonderful conversations.
Yes, the film industry and the dance industry really faced that, what we call casting couch. And it was just not in Hollywood. In Bollywood, it was so big that I think it's everywhere. But I feel the women now speak up. They would even shout or they would even slap a man now. And they wouldn't take it anymore. I mean, Jabing, you are a very big personality as well. Do you get intimidated by men?
I don't really remember.
So you made your own mark. You bring your personality out and you become authoritative. Is that right?
I do remember when after the Cultural Revolution, and I just finished my Navy career. I went back to Shanghai, and we had the first time erhu competition since Cultural Revolution. So the winner was before always. Oh, by the way, my instrument, actually, the last generation, all men, only one or just couple female to play my instrument. It's very rare to play that instrument by female.
And did you feel empowered because you were one of the only one?
Not only one, it's just a couple. It's very few female.
Yes.
But I try to say when I had that competition, because most is male, join the competition. So actually, I was the winner. So I just don't feel very much, man competition with me. I just don't remember anything like that.
That's a beautiful position to be, because if you are not prejudiced, then you don't share those energies.
Exactly.
You don't feel it.
Yeah, you're right. Totally right. So if you feel that, you will feel that. If you don't,
correct,
really
you will manifest
that,
it.
Yeah.
But Jabing, you mentioned the Navy. So were you in American Navy or were you in Chinese Navy?
No, Chinese Navy, of course. Chinese
My
Navy.
God, you mean at that time they still allowed women?
Oh yeah. So that is a very weird situation that time, because they want to have a good young musician to join Army, Navy, Air Force, because that was the only entertaining professional group can choose anybody from different cities, even countries. China was, if you live Shanghai, you cannot go to another city. That time is I don't know how to call that. People, if you live in countryside, they cannot become city people, because the ID to show you
correct
what kind of, So for us, is you feel so honored they pick you.
Yes.
Because they can pick anybody because they choose all from all China.
Wow.
But you have to be 18 years and older. That they already tell you.
So
So when
Jabin, you were pretty, you are still pretty, of course you are pretty, and you were talented. So how did you deal with the senior Navy personnel?
I went to the audition place, they when they saw me, they said, "You too young."
Yes.
So actually, I lied to them. I said I'm 12 years old because in my mind at that time, 12 is much better than 9.
Of course.
So I told them, they said, no, you're still too young. I said, can you just listen to me? Then you make judgment. Then I try to play all kind of, the family of my instrument because they have a family, big one. It's like a cello, viola, violin. So Erhu also have that. So after I did all this thing, the judge, 12 of them, they was very quiet. Then they had like a 3 minutes a meeting without me. Then they came back. They told me, said, okay, you go home and wait for 3 days. We will give you answer.
Yes.
So I was so happy because at least they said they asked me to wait for 3 days.
And you were actually
So
only 9, you were only 9 years old.
I was 9. I only think that would be great. I never need to practice anymore.
Wow.
Because I didn't really understand a lot that time because my father forced me to practice 8 hours a day when I
Wow.
was 5 years old.
Well, at that time, you might have been angry at your father, but look at it, what is brought you now. You are a very powerful personality now.
Yeah, so to me, actually, I didn't realize when you go to army, the training, first of all, the life is very different. They always tell you, you are a soldier now. They training you
Yes.
as soldier.
Yes, so
Then
Jabin,
they told you are the soldier first, then only your job is a musician. So we
So-
train like every
So-
morning.
so
as
Jabin,
soldiers.
pause for a moment. Let's travel to the journey when Joanne was 9 years old. Joanne, when you were 9 years old, do you resonate with what Jaibing is saying? Of course, you were not in the Navy, but do you remember those days, Joanne?
Yes, of course.
And what is your experience when you were that young?
My father was in the army, in the military.
Yes.
Good one.
So yeah, so basically, we are in the on the red side. Sorry about that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we are on the red side,
Yes.
and my father was really treat us 3 kids, 2 girls, 1 boy equally, and give us all the equal opportunities, and and so we were brought up also at the time, just like like we're saying, women can hold half of the sky. So we're not, like at at school. I went to public school, and the public school, I think we had about 50, possibly 50 some kids in the school, and our teacher was the was the best teacher in the country, was chosen to be the best teacher in the country. She treated us just like, I mean, there were some people did feel like boys did feel some like kind of like unease to them, and I think girls, it was not really difference between girls or boys, more so between the status or something, from family status, that does give the teacher a little bit of difference. The privilege was given to the doctors' kids, teachers' kids, and but yeah, so um, I think because we were very young during the Cultural Revolution, so we were not really got impacted that much. We were just lucky, just as Jibin said.
Wow, what a difference of a journey, and both stemming up from originally, I think both were born in mainland China. And John, you are in Canada now, are you?
Yes.
And you run the sunhubinc.com, is that right?
Yes.
It's a very nice eco-friendly website. Maybe we can let's maybe share it with the people so they can see how beautiful and the wonderful work that you do. This is just so that is this right, Joanne?
Yes.
Yeah, human nature based solution. Isn't it wonderful? And there is a nice video there as well. Where is the dream? It asks. And it's so beautiful. So if you want to visit what Joanne does, sunhubinc.com. Joanne, we are very proud of you. Stay around. Let's go to Kailash. Kailash, 9 years old. What do you remember? Both the ladies described what they felt. Jaibing cheated the interview because he was 9, but she said she's 12, so she could get in there. What have you done in life, and how did you get on when you were 9-year-old? Kailash?
Okay. Global namaste to everyone, and a very happy International Women's Day to all of you. Sorry, I've joined a little late because we were celebrating International Women's Day at our Monday this afternoon, and we had some very inspirational women talking about their journeys, about the barriers, some of the barriers and challenges that they've overcome. So I'm just buzzing with lots of inspiration. So coming back to your question, Neil Kumar, I'd like to go back a little bit sort of further to I was younger than 9 years old. I like to talk about my journey when I first came into the UK at the age of 5. Now, at the age of 5, like I said, it was a new world for me, new perspective. I was just coming from a little village in India where the dress, the climate, the food, everything was so different to me, just making that plane journey and landing in a very strange country where it was a November, very cold winter day, actually. There was excitement, but there was also kind of speculation of what it's going to be like. So I remember very vividly that day, one day in November back in 1966, and it was a whole new world, but it was quite an exciting time because that made me who I am, basically. My experience where there was not many, in Asian community, there was no Mondays, places of worship, didn't speak a word of English. The food was different. The weather was different. And my mom put these trousers on me, which was itchy. And, I was missing my extended family. There were so many barriers. And as you know, Neil Kumar, in those mid-60s, there's very little equality, diversity, and inclusion. So what happened was that we did face a lot of discrimination. We did face a lot of bullying, racism. But that made me stronger. That really made me strong. And I thought, well, okay, let me empower myself. Once I mastered the language, I got myself involved in a lot of community projects. And that really gave me a lot of ammunition to do more. I thought, well, if I can make a difference, then why not? So I started getting myself involved in committees and, policy making where, we could make that real difference to, indirect discrimination through policies and procedures and mindset, through training, through education. and that communication, building that relation, being true to your faith as well. You know, I thought, you know, you all talked about your parents, and I've just heard about your father figure being in. Well, I like to say that, you know, for me, my mom and my dad were my inspiration. They were my first role model. I saw my mother, how much she struggled. You know, she was in her mid-30s. She came with 5 children. She left all the family back in India. But how she settled in this country was amazing. The resilience, the tolerance, the adaptability, you know, that made me a stronger person. And she nurtured us all. And she made sure our values, our beliefs, our faith was nurtured, that we imbibed those, even though there was no place of worship. We did that at home. We celebrated together as a family. And that always stayed with me. And I've passed this on to my children and my grandchildren as well. And that shaped me. So I see my journey living in UK as a Hindu woman, but then embracing the culture, the diversity has enriched me, has made me stronger. And like I said, the sky is our limit. We can achieve so much together. We can achieve so much. So thank you for inviting me today and just sharing a glimpse. I've been talking about my life journey. In fact, I was invited at Preston City Council on Monday as one of the inspirational women for the International Women's Day. And I had just 10 minutes to talk about 6 decades of my life. So it was quite challenging. I tried to pick on some examples. But there is a podcast that's coming out, the BBC Radio Lancashire, which is a 45 minutes. So it talks about my journey at the age of 5 and some of the challenges and what made me who I am today. So watch the space.
Thank you, Kailash. And shortly, Joanne will be coming to you. We want to know more about your project and what you do. Let's go to Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, Sharon and Maureen are of same era. So it will be nice to know, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, I believe when you were 9 or 5 years old, you were in India at that time. What do you remember? And did you, like Jaibin, go on and changed your age so you could be more mature and get some positions?
Nothing like that. I was born in a joint family where our family and my uncle and auntie, their families, grandmother, grandfather. So it was a huge family. We were living close by each other. So that was life for us, the whole family, come from the school, do your lesson, go to the grandfather, grandmother, and, it used to be like that. So when I came to the 9th and 10th standard, the homework and classwork, etc., was much more. So I used to spend a lot of time at home. I was not a crazy person reading all the time, but I was studious enough to see that I pass all my examinations in good marks, and that was it. But when I came to the 10th standard, I suddenly became very, very, study all the time, sort of. I wanted to get a first class. So I used to just study and study and study and managed to get a first class in 10th standard so that I can also get a good admission in some colleges. So that's how I upgraded myself every time there was a whatever obstructions or anything came by. And in college, I was happy-go-lucky the first year. Second year, I got a job. So I changed to evening college. So I used to work in a Leica Laboratories. That was the company where I was worked. And in the evening, I used to attend the colleges. So, but I continued to study whenever I had to study. So I got a first class when I passed my BA examination. And I continued to study MA at the same time I was working. So MA also I got a first class, and no sooner I got a first class, I got a job at Elphinstone College as lecturer. So from lecturer I became a professor, then I became a principal, and I retired as a principal at Elphinstone College. And through the work that I did in the college, and I took my students to many trips because it was geography. So I used to take them to tours all around India. I think we've seen a lot of places with my students in India. And all those days were lovely days. I enjoyed every bit of teaching, moving with the students, and encouraging them, etc., etc. I still remember all those very, very fresh. It's in my memory. And now I'm managing some work. I do basically community work I do here. So I'm the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe. I do a lot of work for the European community, and whoever wants any help, I help. That's it.
Wow, wonderful. So, we've gone through a different, Jai Bing's journey was different. We were surprised she was in the Navy, but she got herself in. Joanne, completely different story. We want to move on to Joanne, Sharon, in a moment. Earlier, Maureen actually explained how her years were, and she didn't find any particular resistance against men because she changed her energy. Just last week, she was in France. Well, this week, actually, she came back and she attended a nice conference over there. Sharon, let's dwell some time with Joanne for next 5 minutes. And we want to know about her mission with the subinc.com. So over to you, Sharon, with Joanne, and then we want to ask each one same question: how can men learn to shorten the gap of inequality? Over to you, Sharon and Joanne. Tell us more about Joanne's project, sunhubinc.com.
Well, I met Joan here she was attending a conference here in Crestone, and I met Maureen too, and now we're all working together. You've met Connie and Andrew, they're part of it too. And I will let Joan explain our mission, which is so much in keeping with healing our earth. So, and one of the things I really love is that the integration that Joan is doing with technology. So Joan, tell us a little about, I have to plug in my computer here. So Joan, tell us a little about SunHub and the work that you're doing and we're doing.
Well, there's a little bit of common thread from all of our discussions. That is, we empower ourselves. So human nature-based solution basically is talking about from a human nature's perspective, how can we create a better world? I think Honey talked about we create our own reality. Why not create our own reality now? The reality we dream of. That is the world we are talking about, more of a divine world. The world of truth, the world of beauty. That is what a human nature-based solution is about. We have four areas. One is the individual transformation, looking into ourselves. What is the divinity within us? This morning we have, heard a lot of the, stories and messages, teachings. So it is us searching for that divinity journey within each and every one of us to match on our own journey. But because the divinity is one, so we also see the relationship. That's the second pillar. That's the relationship transformation. Because not us only with ourselves, but is with each other and with nature, with the world, with the universe. This the whole thing. We sometimes feel like we are in a box. The box is a system we created to ourselves, human created to ourselves. Because we have missed to see the divinity part, spirituality part. We only see that physically. What we see, we believe. And that's a part led us to something, to the material world. So all those rules set up, created, human created the rules are cater to such materiality world. Now, since we understand this part, we have learned that we each have hold a piece of a puzzle, and now we can come together to find each other, to integrate. This is a part that is a system transformation. And of course, all the things we need to share with each other and learn from each other of the different perspective view of how we see the cosmos, how we see the world, how we see nature. We see everything. So that's where the education is coming from, the education transformation. So it's 4 pillars: individual, relationship, systems, and education. That is a human nature-based solution is about. And what that also we term that as wisdom technology. Why? Because our human is technology. We are technology. Sometimes we only see the outside, the tools. We think about that. We are more focused on those things. So from, if we can, tap into those resources, like all of us, we much on our own journey, we have tapped into the resources that is spiritual resources. And then we tap into wisdom. And we tap into this relational resources. That's significant. That empower us. That's a superpower. That's why Jebin said, I don't care. I dare to do those things. It's in her. It's within her. That's the spirituality. It's within each and every one of us. That's equal. If we want equality, we have to build from spirituality that is equal to us, because from physical side, we are unique. We are different. If we only see the differences, then we miss out that huge part that the resources we have been overlooking. If we say, why, like a male, what can male learn from this? It is the feminine part, feminine characteristics. Somebody already talked about that. That is the part we can learn from each other, because male has male's strengths and female has female's strengths, and we need both we need that rationality, and we also need that sensory part, that emotional. Somebody said emotion is the movement in energy. Energy in emotion is energy in motion. So I think that's Paulina said.
Joanne, you're very sharp, you're very right. It was Sister Jayanti from Brahma Kumari earlier who said that the men have to bring their feminine energy out. If they do that, then they will be able to respect women as they are. So that was very sharp, and you were actually signed on at that time when Sister Jayanti was there. Very good. So Joanne, you've expressed your feelings apart from the project that you do, what gender inequality means or gender equality gap means. So it's so wonderful that each one of you are bringing different aspects from different part of your life, and together maybe we can improve this gap by keeping it smaller and smaller and smaller, that one day there should be no gap between the genders. And to be honest, isn't it correct that women give birth to humanity, full stop? Why do women have to go and tell men, can you treat us equal, when they are slightly better than men? Why? They give birth to men. If that is true, QED, finished, signed off. So I think it is very important that men realize as well that if you don't want to treat women above you, at least treat them as equal as you, because you came from a woman. Your first love, the first person that you fell in love is your mother, doesn't matter how many hours old you are. Because the day you were born, your mother was born again, because that's when the journey starts. Because in the woman, she becomes a mother with the first child. So she is born, you know, as a mother. Till then, she was a lady or a wife or a daughter or somebody. So I think it's so amazing that how we can break this gender inequality by just sharing people in different parts of the earth through our different journey. At this point, Sharon, let's come back to you. Because although Sitara Devi was your guru and you do remember that, you also remember India's culture and traveling as well. Apart from seeing when you were young, men chasing you, that was not just in India, even in America, they were chasing you. But you fought that with love and you embraced the culture, and so many friends that you brought on Healing Our Earth yourself. What's the fondest memory as a woman you can share with us? Just the feminine part of you.
Of my life, or well, the memory that is the deepest for me is really living with Guruji. I came out of the feminist movement and modern dancer, you know, I had modern dance at that point was very non-emotional. It was very, you know, just technical. And going to live with her, I really understood through her teachings, which were, you know, I was with her, I lived with her, so it was like 8 hours a day or more. This whole understanding of the divine feminine, and a whole understanding of all the subtleties of feminine expression that are part of all the ancient texts, the Natya Shastra, all of these texts. And also, you know, as I've said before, she had me give away all my Western clothes and only dress. She says, how can you be a goddess if you don't know how to wear a sari? Right. But one of the things I found interesting with Kathak is that, you know, the dancer portrays everybody. It's just solo. So you're portraying Shiva, you're portraying Lakshmi, you're portraying the demons, Mahisha, you're portraying animals, everything. And it gives a kind of a balance of yourself, because you sense as the dancer, you're embodying Shiva, that kind of male power. And then you're embodying, Durga, which is also powerful, but a little different. And so it's really a very balancing art form. And so I was very blessed to, immerse myself in that and have that experience of feeling the energies, the Shakti of both the male and the female and the, and the demons and all of that in myself, to be the best storyteller of these ancient stories that I possibly could. And I found that what was interesting also was that I found that the male Kathak dancers, like Birju Maharaj, had a little bit of a femininity about them. And the female, Guruji, she was very strong. I think she had to be. It was really, her growing up and being in Bollywood and all of that. And then every man she married, wanted her to stop dancing, and she ended up divorcing so she could continue her art. And so I saw, the effects of those kind of challenges on her, being such a powerful Indian woman at 12, she was given the title of Kathak Queen, and so she she talked to me a lot about what she had dealt with, and telling me always to be very strong, and really keep my art pure and learn how to be the full embodiment of all feminine qualities, as a human being in my life. So it was the totally, pivotal experience of my life as a woman and as an artist.
How amazing. What a different journey. It's so wonderful to have you, all you ladies. And I always say, empower women, empower humanity. It's very simple. Wherever you've got a woman, the reason why we call Earth Mother Earth, because it nurtured us. Why we call Mother the she? Because she gave us the birth. So I think if men trusted women more in a bigger and better position, except when it comes to strength in physical way, then I think the women could be running the earth better than men. Their compassion, their love, their nature to humanity is such that we should give in. And we at Healing Our Earth will love women, because 68% of Healing Our Earth followers are women. Our top anchors are women. Our top admin are women. Our top producer, our top project leaders in different countries are women as well. They are in a majority over there. Jaibing, you actually play a two-string fiddle, isn't it? It's like a violin with two strings, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have it with you? Can you just play something for us?
Now?
Yeah, just go and find it, and when you come, we want to listen.
Oh, sure, no problem. Let me get to my art.
It's not every day that we get you on here. So since Sharon has brought you, we want to see, we want to hear. Meena came earlier to sing for Sister Jayanti, and look at that instrument now.
So I don't know if you cannot, I don't think you can see the whole thing. So it's a very simple instrument. So this is the top, just,
yes.
This for the string. So the end of the article, which is the sound box.
Yes.
Very little sound box. Okay, so the cover sound box, actually, can you guess what is this?
Is it a skin of snake?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So that's just the natural, always been like this.
Wow.
So I think that's why it sounds very special, because the skin. Okay. So it's not, then also, okay, can you see there's two string?
Yes, it's a two string.
So, yeah, and
Is it called
have
arrow?
a little bridge here.
Yes.
like a violin, but violin bridge is much bigger.
And this is
But
narrow.
two things, yeah, the theory of this instrument very similar violin, but also very different than violin. First of all, there is no fingerboard. See
Aha.
it? So when you touch a string, you only touch a string. Violin, when you touch a string, you also touch the fingerboard. So
Yes.
which you have a more feeling to do, the intonation is easier, but this because you cannot, if you press too much string, we change the pitch.
Yes.
So that's why intonation is very important. And another big thing different is the bow. Also, we have a bow, but it's between two strings. See, it's between. It's not not like a violin. More freedom is on side, right? But this is a connect. Of course, if you need change a string, you can, lose this little screw, then you can come out. But basically, you always connect the bow. The bow is inside.
And this is
So-
basically, it's actually an authentic Chinese instrument, isn't it?
Yeah, well, actually, being China already about 2,000 years old, this instrument.
Yes.
But I believe I actually search a lot of history. I do believe before 2,000 years old, it's come from Mongolia.
Yes, because
I
they've got
always
connection.
believe that. Pardon me?
They've got connection because before when the countries were more closer, obviously Mongolia and China has connection.
Yeah.
And
Because
so
I see some instrument from Mongolia is older than this.
Yes.
But they are a little different too. So because Arming is two, because this two string. Wuming is something from outside.
Aha. So
So when you search the history of the instrument, then you see a lot of things, So I do believe 2,000 years or before, I mean, long time before, it's come from Mongolia. Yeah.
Okay, so
So
if you're
also I see in India, when I went to India first time, they show me India also have very similar instrument, but only one string.
Yeah, they're called tumbi, and Punjabis, they use quite a lot. And actually the instrument comes from India about 6,000 to 8,000 years back because
Yeah,
they've
so
got a history for that long. Easily for the Western people, because they don't know how to pronounce who, they just say it's Chinese violin, because it's separate.
yeah, I do say if for some reason if I say this is called erhu, people can't get it.
Yes, they get
But
confused.
I try to say two-string Chinese violin.
Yes, exactly. So if your Zoom is configured, let's listen to your favorite tune.
Okay, so
Have you configured your Zoom to listen to instrument?
pardon me?
Is your Zoom configured so that instrument can be listened to?
I don't know. Zoom is not very good for instrument.
Okay, so it's got a special setting later. I will send it to Sharon. She will send it to you. You can set special settings so the Zoom can pick up the instrument.
Oh,
Try to play nearer and let's see if we can hear you. Over to you.
okay. So I'm going to play this instrument. People believe you always play very sad song, but I don't believe it.
Yeah,
I
you
think
play the nice one, yes.
I don't believe many people say. I think this instrument also can make very happy sound too.
Happy tunes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So maybe because the quality of instrument goes through to Zoom is not very good.
Yeah.
So maybe I just play very short.
Yes, yes, just even a minute or two will do.
Okay, okay, let's do that. Can you see it?
Yep.
Nope.
Okay, Jaybin, you can stop. You can stop. We know you're frantically going there, but it's not coming through. So what we need to do, what we need to do later, not now, when you come back again, when we celebrate the 5th anniversary in April, you can come and play. You will configure the Zoom or you go via Mixer. When you go via Mixer, everything can be picked up, your sound, your vocals,
wow.
your instruments. So it will be beautiful. We could see you.
Sorry, sorry.
beforehand.
Well, Neil, you know, she sent me a link to a YouTube where she's playing exquisitely.
So Sharon, what we can do, that
Yeah.
YouTube link, Sharon, that YouTube link, we'll put it up in social media. So
Great.
if you could then tag us and share us, you know, like how we have been doing, let's make it viral and let people listen to it.
Okay,
Great.
So
thank
you
you.
tag me on social media and then we want to listen to it. So it will be very beautiful. So, you know, I can see smiling Joanne there. Jaybing is just bring that energy. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas remembering her days. Kailash, her first flight at the age of 5 into UK in November. Maureen, you haven't said anything. And then Lata, you can make your comment in a while. Maureen, you've been listening to us earlier. You did say that there was not many resistance from the men, but you sort of just became like a water and went with the flow, which is what I like doing. That just be like a water. You can form the shape that you are flowing into, the direction the shape is flowing into, the color of the container or the shape that is falling on. So Maureen, 1 or 2 minute comment from you, and then we'll take a comment from Lata, and then maybe we can close for today.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, that's what I said. And yet, as I've been reflecting, hearing everybody's stories, it's helping me to remember that my childhood was very restrictive. And I grew up in a very religious, very strict environment. I wasn't allowed to go to dances or go to movies, very, very restrictive. And I wasn't encouraged to go to higher education because that's the work of the devil and it teaches you how to question life. And so I was always in trouble because I was always curious and always asking way too many questions. So in church, I was put to sit at the back of the church, and I was always chastised by the brethren of the church. There wasn't one big minister, but so I grew up in a very restrictive environment. And even when my parents actually broke the rules and took me to see Bambi, the movie Bambi, we had to hide in behind the line on the street so that none of the church that happened to drive by would see us, breaking the rules to go to Bambi. And so that was the type of life. But I think that was a gift to me. I see everything as a gift because it contracted me so much against my personality, which has a huge mission in the world. So then the result was I became a rebel and boom, here I am in the world. And so it worked to my benefit in the long run. However, yes, it was very patriarchal, everything run by men. And so
Maureen, were you inquisitive or were you because you were a rebel and you had to be the center of attention? What was it, the inquisitiveness or rebel?
I wouldn't say I had to be the center of attention, no. And there is a shy part of me, which most people don't realize because I'm very outgoing. And so Yes, I went up against. I was very curious. I asked way too many questions and always was in trouble, and not just in the church, but also in business and in trainings and in the work environment, because I always had revolutionary ideas and always was looking to be a change agent because that made sense to me. Don't you want to do things better? But no. And so I was always contained. So when I finally went out and woke up to who I was, not until I was in my 40s did I have a voice as a woman. And my work is I facilitate people waking up there and catalyzing their gifts and their greater selves and their empowerment. So it's very, of course, very personal to each of us, how we empower people through our gifts. And that is what's most meaningful to me now, to really help people be fully free to be empowered and speak their voice through music or through arts or through their intellect or through their purpose and business, whatever it might be, especially as women. I've been drawn into a lot of female empowerment groups over all the years. So it would be, what I attract to really empower others with.
And Maureen, your attraction really shines through your spiritual humbleness. You are still bubbly. I know because, while you were in France, you were keeping in touch with me regularly and saying, Neil, this is good, this is fun. So you could see that it doesn't matter. The cat is still a kitten, still wants to jump and follow the strings, which is beautiful because that means we are alive. When you are alive, you are moving and you are noticing. Maureen, we are very proud of you. Thank you for your contribution as well. Lata, your comment. You want to make a comment? Over to you, Lata.
Actually, I was just going to mention that to Jabing, that have you got the original sound on for the Zoom?
Yeah, it won't work now, Lata. So we'll have to set up it later. It needs to be set up. Her instrument is so powerful because the string will bring screeches which Zoom will not recognize until it is mixed from mixer. But Jabing, in our celebrations of Healing Our Earth in April, which is there, you must come and give us a flavor of your talent, Jabing. So Lata,
Sure.
you can wait for it on there, okay?
Yes. So what I wanted to just relay is the fact that I was also, Kailash, I was also at the Women's Empowerment function in South Harrow at the Dementia Centre. And that was a wow factor too, being there for the first time. So I really appreciated how it's been, under the covers, rumbling away, and people are awakening each other and bringing out the empowerment in women. And the men were there too, the youngsters were there. So it was such a joy to see all the different age groups and listen to these wonderful stories and how these women are breaking the ceilings, in the corporate world, and their journey and their struggles. But through it all, I thought the message came out loud and strong that we've got to collaborate, because we can't do it on our own unless we collaborate. We're not really going to change this world or bring it back to its original form of the way God wanted it to be, the divine wanted it to be. So when we start working in line with him or her, with our divine energies of feminine and male energies, can we bring this about? And I think we all have to be humble, especially the men have to understand where God and Neil, you always say they're higher. And I think when that comes about, I think Neil, you'll have to take the forefront and educate all these guys. But because our sons are accepting it. our sons and our grandsons, they're going to be much better at being a husband or a partner. And I'm really feeling proud about that. But there's a lot of mental health issues everybody has. And I think that has to be also stitched into the solution, into the fabric of the solution. Until that's done. Because a lot of the females are experiencing a lot of mental health issues. And yes, in the workplace, women feel the different vibes of, did someone mention it here as well? The menstrual cycle and all the days of the week and the month is all geared around the male, but they don't allow for the women. And that's where the women feel very heavy pressure. And then they can't function, they can't bring out their best. And then they sort of cave in and feel the world, the sky on their shoulders. But, you know, I think when we start understanding the menstrual cycle, the women start understanding it, that the emotional thing is all connected with that. Some women don't experience it, but a lot of women do. And then
Thank you, Lata. Lata, your point is right. Seema, who is leading the project for Pavitra Menstrual Cycle, did say that, hey, men, can you not just slightly understand that we are hormonal sometimes? And when we are hormonal, just be compassionate to us and then everything will be fine. So we agree to that. Man, if you are listening, women are slightly different because biologically they go through some hormonal change. It's not a medical condition, it's a biological condition. So please be patient and nurture them and love them, and you will find them. They will return it twice back. And like I said, Lata, you said that I said men, women are higher. I didn't say that. What I said was women are touched better than men because they give birth to humanity. Full stop. QED. QED in mathematics term says, I have proven it. So if we were all born from women, then they are superior. And that's the reason why earth is not called him and it's called her, a she, because it's the one that cradles us. Who cradles us first? Our mother. Well, women will love you always. At Healing Our Earth, we have got more women followers. We've got more female presenters, producers, project leaders. Sharon, thank you very much for bringing Jebing and Joanne here as well. Kailash, Lata, Lakshmi, Maureen, Meeta, and all the previous presenters. And we had some big names starting from Timmy from Philippines. We went to Mauritius, then we went to India, then we went again here to America, we went to Africa. We traveled all the continents. And happy International Women's Day. I feel it should not be for one day. Why don't we make Women's Day every day? Because if you make it every day, they might return it better to you. So just be crafty and make women feel good every day, not just once a year. Over to you, Sharon.
Well, I was thinking, you asked me about, important time. I would say the most empowering thing I've done in my life is give birth to my son. And it was at home with a midwife, and the doctor showed up at the very end. And I felt like it was like 19 hours, no drugs or anything. And I felt as though I could do anything after that experience. It was amazing. And I know that women in general have that experience. It's an amazing experience of giving birth.
Indeed, Sharon. And let's remind our viewers who are tapped us on our Facebook, YouTube, and our website, what is happening on the next 2 episodes. So if you have got any kidney problems, whether it's kidney transplant, kidney stones, any kidney stuff, then next Sunday is the place to be. Isn't that right, Sharon?
Yes, World Kidney Day, Sunday, March 16th, 2025, 2 p.m. GMT onwards. Are your kidneys okay? I've detected early Protect Kidney Health. I've been on, I think last year we had this show. It was really so full of information and so helpful for people who are going through issues with their kidneys and anyone who wants to have healthy kidneys. So that's next week. And then one of my favorites, Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen. Seema always produces this with, we go around the world and get recipes from all different countries, all different wonderful, yummy recipes. And that's the week after.
And on this episode, on the following Sunday, not the next one, Seema is going to bring cooking demonstration. Shivani, who is going to do a cooking demonstration as well. And Dina Salongo from Philippines will talk about food and sleep. What kind of food should we be eating for a better sleep? Or what food should we not eat to get disturbed from the sleep? And then we are going to visit one of the Michelin chef in India, Nishant as well. So it's going to be fun. There will be sing songs, fun. And Joanne, Jabing, you're all welcome. And whenever we are cooking as well, if the musicians and the singers come, we sing and dance as well, because the beautiful part of cooking in the kitchen is when you feel like dancing and singing and feeling good. And that's called putting energy into the food. And if you put good energy into the food, you are feeding the people correctly. When you cook angrily, that's not a good energy. Japanese have demonstrated together with the Indians that the water molecule changes when you are angry at that. Sharon, time to maybe do a mini version of Gayeetree mantra or something, and thank everybody who have been here, and thank you to all the guests. And women empowerment. Empower women, empower humanity. Over to you, Sharon.
I'm grateful for everyone who's come on today. Yes, Jai Ma, as we say. Jai Ma. And we'll close with the Gayeetree mantra. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo na prachodayat.